Good morning, everyone. We apologize heartily for the delay. What would a technical broadcast be without some technical issues? We're very happy to have you here in the Swedish pavilion this morning. We will start off straight away with the exciting topic of opportunities and challenges when it comes to managing scope 3 emissions in the supply chain. Without further ado, given the delay, I would like to welcome our speakers to this panel. So first and foremost, I would like to welcome Anna Celsing, the Chief Sustainability Officer at Alfa Laval. Thank you. And then we have Kristian Rönn, the CEO and co-founder of Normative. And then joining us by link, Jonas Otterheim, the Head of Climate Action at Volvo Cars. So we will jump straight into this while waiting for Jonas' video. And I think we will start with you, Anna. So when we talk about scope 3 emissions, it is of course characterized by many challenges. And this is something that you're working with on a daily basis. Yes. Can you elaborate a bit on the major challenges that you, from Alfa Laval's perspective, think is key when speaking about scope 3 emissions?
Yes, I'd love to. And is the microphone working? Yes, now it is. Thank you. Great to be here. It is very much a topic that we work daily on. And I would say that the main thing is that to both collect the data in our supply chain from all our suppliers and customers, because we look at both our supply chain and our customer sides, the user face. But most of all, it is how do we really actually bring down the scopes when it's out of or much further from our impact. It could be that we need to optimize our processes at the customer sites. We need to look into and find ways to find the fossil-free steels or metals that we're using very much in our equipment. So that it's really a lot about impacting where we not have really the impact. And we need to do that with partnerships, and we need to have the data to know what to focus on, because it's huge. 98% of our footprint is within the scope 3.
Thank you, Anna, very much. Moving over to you, Jonas, representing another very large OEM, namely Volvo Cars. Do you agree with Anna here? What are your perspectives when it comes to the key challenges of working with scope 3 emissions?
Yes, thank you. I very much agree with what Anna said. At Volvo Cars, out of our total emissions, 99% is also scope 3, similar to what Anna just mentioned. So the importance of understanding that those emissions and ensuring that we can act on them to reduce them, that is critical for us. And similar to what Anna mentioned, having actionable data and insights of those emissions, not only from our tier 1 suppliers, but all the way down to the absolute raw material mine. That is, well, a very big challenge, but very important because, well, in the end of the day, to reach climate neutrality in the full value chain, we need to get there, even though we have plenty of challenges right now.
Excellent. Thank you, Jonas, very much. Moving over to you, Kristian, you represent a company that actually help other companies to measure their scope 3 emissions. So you have insight into many different companies and the challenges they face within this domain. Can you elaborate a bit on what are your perspectives of the challenges with the scope 3 discussion?
Yes, absolutely. And before I do, I just want to take a step back and just briefly mention why scope 3 is important and why the value chain is important. And I think what you said encapsulates it perfectly well. I mean, like 98% and 99% of emissions. So this idea that you have responsibility within your value chain is extremely powerful. in terms of the climate impact. And we talked about this yesterday, that we have a look at 1,000 companies with net zero commitments, and those 1,000 companies combined have a scope 3 emission of around 80% of the world's global emissions. So this idea to take responsibility in the value chain like you are doing is just immensely powerful. If all companies do that, then I think we can reach net zero together. Then on the question around the challenges, the biggest challenge is that, scope 3 is by definition not within your own operation. It is in your value chain. So it's harder to control, and it's hard to get data in terms of, do I have the right actionable insights where I know what suppliers to work with and how to work with them in terms of, reducing the emissions. It's not as easy as just, switching electricity provider within your own operations. And we have seen this from, working with the clients like Hitachi Rail and Hertz and SCB and plenty of global enterprises that actionable insights are key.
Add one perspective also in that. I think it's very important that we also, it sounds or strange maybe, but focus on scope 1 and 2, because our scope 1 and 2 is our customers. So by doing our job to really bring down scope 1 and 2, where we really have an impact and can take responsibility and do very much now, we also have big impact on others. And I think that's not to be forgotten.
Very interesting. And continuing with you, Anna,
yes.
When we talk about the challenge of data collection, can you tell us a bit more how you at Alfa Laval are trying to tackle this obvious challenge with data collection outside your own operation?
Yes, I think it starts very often with close partnerships. When we partner up with our suppliers or with customers, that makes it a lot easier. And we need to, and we try to figure out what is the actual data quality that we need. It could be that you try to go for very specific high quality data, and of course we do in the long run, but what's good enough and how can we get there? But we have a big challenge of automating the collection, because now we actually have to send questionnaires, for example, to our suppliers, and that's a big hassle for everybody to then reply to us, just like we have to reply to all of our customers. So there's a huge need for everyone, I think, to make this a lot more efficient.
Great. And from your perspective, Jonas, talking about actually working with scope 3 emissions, I know that you are a very outspoken supporter of that. It also comes down to the boring stuff, namely how you organize yourself internally and how you create incentives to actually work with scope 3. Can you tell us a bit more how you are working with this at Volvo Cars?
Yes, I would gladly do so, and I agree. It might be the boring stuff, but it is very important. One learning we have had to start off with that topic is, even though we set ambitious targets, we have, for example, said that we are going to be fully climate neutral by 2040, and we have a number of short-term targets and mid-term targets to ensure we get there. Those targets are not really enough. And what I mean with that is, even though that target is there, we need to break it down and make that something tangible and actionable for the individual working with that decision at the point when we can affect those emissions. So if we talk production of a car, a few of the decisions that impact the end emissions of the car when it's rolling, those are taken 5 to 10 years ahead of when the emissions will happen. And of course, we don't have very specific data by that time. We haven't even thought of what suppliers should be there, but we still need to somehow predict what will the likely emissions be if we dimension a car in a specific way, if we say this car will be made like this, therefore it will have steel, aluminum, and thereby, if we know what the last car would be, and if we don't say something specific about a specific component, we can assume what the emissions will be unless we take other actions on it. And that is a key here. that we are working very, very hard to try to align what are the targets, how can we break them down to make them actionable, but also provide the data to the individuals that need it by the right time to ensure that they have the right business, the business for us to take the decision, that the templates are in place, that the incentive structure is aligned. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter. So, for example, we introduced our internal price on CO2 at COP26. And one key learning from that is the price is one thing, but we need to have all of the other stuff aligned with it. Otherwise, it doesn't really get the full impact of it. So that is something I take into this discussion, the importance of not only talking about the data, but also providing it to the right person within the company at the right time so they can take the actions needed.
Thank you, Jonas. Going over to you, Kristian. Based on what Anna and Jonas is saying here, what is your perspective on this? I mean, you represent the company that brings one solution when it comes to capturing and also managing data. So what do you say when we take this solution focus of this discussion?
I completely agree what has been said so far. I think you had a really good point, Anna, that the scope 3 emissions of one company is the scope 1 plus scope 2 emissions of that entire value chain. And with that perspective, it makes things a bit more actionable, right? The whole problem around managing scope 3 is, can we get the value chain to choose renewable energy for their scope 1 and scope 2? I mean, that is the biggest part of the challenge, right? That makes things a little bit more actionable. So, I mean, the way we approach it with our clients is, first of all, the biggest hurdle in terms of scope 3, or the biggest calculation error, if you will, is not having completeness of scope. So we look at all invoices, millions of invoices or transactions that are stored within the financial systems of our clients, in order to make sure that at least everything has been estimated and accounted for. And based on that hotspot analysis, you can see certain clusters, certain suppliers, certain categories that might stand out in terms of, you know, here is where the largest emissions are. And then the next step is obviously to engage with that cluster, engage with those customers and say, okay, can we help you? And I think what you said around the incentives piece are really important. Can we help you to make sure that you switch to the right types of energy? So, and let's work together. I mean, scope 3 is all about collaboration in the end of the day, but you need to start with the data and the actionable insights to ensure completeness of scope. And just like a quick anecdote on the completeness of scope question, we see this over and over again, that when clients start to use our software and we kind of go through every single invoice, the emissions, scope 3 emissions, go up, and sometimes by 400%. So that was, for instance, the case with one of our clients, MTC, and we see that as a great thing. The emissions in scope 3 goes up because now we have finally an accurate baseline, and without that accurate baseline, we don't know who to engage in our value chain in terms of transition towards renewables and decarbonization.
And
would you like to add?
Yeah, on that note, Kristian, I agree. There's, to me, I think there are two sides to it. It is the data, but again, do we have good enough data to really start acting? Because we can't just wait for the perfect data, but we have done a lot by calculating the baseline and then start really focusing on bringing that down, because there's long-term commitments to bring down the scopes. So we have to work, for example, as I said yesterday, with fossil-free steel together with SSAB to make that happen, and we have to work together with our customers to optimize their processes by collecting a lot of data, digitalization, and then help them bring down their scope, because that goes into our scope. So really parallel work with optimizing, bringing down from those hotspots that we do know that we have already, and then work parallel to get the data as good as possible.
Very interesting. And if we stay on the topic of fossil-free steel for a moment as well, given that it's really a proud Swedish innovation in many senses, I know that one important area to discuss here is also standards.
It is.
So how do you ensure, from a fossil-free steel perspective, that it's actually fossil-free in order to work with that as a solution in your scope 3 value chain?
That is a very good question because we do not have a standard yet. We have our partnership with SSAB where we together know what fossil-free steel is, but when that market then expands and more suppliers would bring us that, we need a standard because as now we do not know and have a standard what is fossil-free steel. And I know you have the same issue, I think, in Volvo cars, right?
Yeah. Jonas, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, I would be happy to do so. I very much agree. The standardization of, both fossil-free or near-zero steel, I think that is a critical thing that must come in place for us to dare to act more, even more than what we're trying to do right now. And to me, that is a bigger problem than only steel. I think we can talk about both, all the other hard-to-abate areas or even renewable energy, that we need to have the standards in place to make our supply chain act faster. Right now, we are very dependent on the data that they provide us and the energy consumption they tell us. But unless there is a third-party validation or some standardization when they're claiming something or when they're talking about the life cycle emissions of their products or components, it is very hard for us to fully trust the data unless we dive in and double-check it. And long term, that can't be something that companies like us have to do. So the need of standardization is very important, that all of us need to be able to focus what we can impact the most, but also ask others to do what they can do, and that we can trust whatever they tell us.
Very interesting. And from your perspective, Kristian, when we speak about standards, I mean, this is your core business. How do you work with the standards question? Are you trying to set the standard, or are you following the pack?
So I think there's several standards that are important here. I mean, first of all, the standards around, the emissions accounting in scope 1, 2, and 3 to make sure that that is comparable. Because in the end of the day, I mean, that is what enables financial markets to work. I mean, if I, as an investor, know that, the scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions of this company is comparable to this company, then you can make very kind of, earmarked investments in terms of, okay, how can we transition? So that's the type of standards that we are working with. But then there's obviously the standards that you are talking about as well for the specific technologies in scope 3 that needs to be implemented, whether or not it's sustainable concrete, or sustainable steel, or if it's renewable electricity. All of those things need to be standardized so you know what you are getting, that you actually get the desired decarbonization effects that you are after. So I think it's all about standards in the end of the day. It's the standards of the accounting, it's the standards of the reduction and so on.
Excellent. And COP27 is supposed to be the implementation COP. So let's turn the focus a bit and focus on the practical examples that you have as your companies when it comes to reducing your scope 3 emissions. So for you, Anna,
yes.
Do you have any good examples of this?
Yes.
That it is actually possible today?
Yes.
And it's not something for 10 years down in the future?
No, it's not. And we do know our big emitters as we have calculated the baseline. And again, I'm bringing that up again and again, but we do have, it's 3 parts, I think, both the scope 3 upstreams, our suppliers, to work closely, not just with SSAB and fossil-free steel, but also gaskets are a big emitter for us, and we work together with our suppliers in that area to have recycled gaskets, for example, and really work together to innovate the new. And then on the other side, where we have the customer and the user face, we do closely work together to make digital innovation happen and get the AI in place, because it's too much data for any of us to handle. We have to have AI solutions to optimize every minute. And there we, for example, to be very specific, have thermal cameras looking at our equipment at customer sites and making service as optimized as possible, which has a huge effect on the global emissions for carbon emissions. 2.5% is what's there to get if we have the right service in place. And then the third one, we do need on long term to work on the clean tech, for example, to find the new fuels for the future, to make renewables available for everyone who needs to bring down, everyone needs to bring down their scope 1 and 2. So those are the 3 ones that we really focus on to bring down the total footprint of our own and our customers and suppliers.
Very interesting. Jonas, would you like to give us a practical example from Volvo car side as well?
Yes, I'm happy to do so. Well, starting off, if we look at the complete life cycle emissions of a car, then of course going electric is the first step, and then we can already see that we're having a big impact by going electric. Then of course charging that renewably is a massive thing, but if we talk the ingoing materials of the car, our scope 3 emissions or our upstream emissions, they come mainly from steel, aluminum, and batteries. Those 3 make up a very big share of the total emissions of the ingoing material of the car. And from those 3, we can see a number of sort of low-hanging fruits, if we call it like that, to introduce more low-emission aluminum and ensure that we have renewable energy in the melting phase of aluminum, to go with different types of near-zero steel to ensure we reduce emissions from steel and support the development of that market, or to ensure that we develop more sustainable batteries to bring down the emissions from batteries. But to me, I want to also touch upon what I mentioned earlier, that we see a really key activity here to be able to ensure that we act early on, because we are thinking of the platform of the next car very many years ahead, and unless we take the decisions at the right time, it doesn't really matter how much I sit here and talk about the emissions of steel and aluminum, because it will still be too high emissions and too much of the materials. So we need to act much earlier than what many companies usually talk about, and what I think many companies should talk more about. Otherwise, we will still be locked into too high emissions, regardless if we manage to sort of set the right targets on renewable energy, for example. So the ability to predict emissions and steer the right activities at the right time would be the key thing here. And that is a rather recent learning from us. Of course, we've talked about steel for a while, but taking that decision at the right time, or even loudly talking to the steel market about the importance we see of steel the coming years. It's rather easy to predict that we will need rather many tons of steel, regardless of the volume we will have in 2030, to ensure that we bring down the emissions of steel by 2030. And those tons of steel are not yet there. So we need to have companies like SSAB and H2 Green Steel, etc. We need more of them, because the whole steel industry must be there. And otherwise, we might be the ones lucky to source the steel available, but that will just create a problem for the ones that didn't get the right steel. So we need all of them to shape up.
Thank you, Jonas.
And
I see that Anna wants that.
Yeah, that I just agree with Jonas. It's the same for us. Our products, they have a lifespan of over 30 years sometimes. So what we do in R&D now really has a long-term effect. And that's a very important part, to really think what's going to happen, because what we do now will be there 2050. And that's why we need to both work on the circularity part as well, to bring down our scopes, to design for circularity all from the start. And we do have examples where we have a heat exchanger, for example, where we actually can refit, redesign, and reuse, and also recycle, because we've thought about that from the start, that is, we are able to recycle 100% of that metal, which is also a very important part of making this happen, the transformation.
Thank you, Anna. As a summary to this discussion, I think it would be very interesting to hear the thoughts from all of you three when it comes to the key takeaways for visitors and delegates here at COP27. What are the key takeaways, Kristian, within the Scope 3 discussion?
My key takeaway would be that supply chains and value chains are not built over a day. I mean, you guys have been in the business for several decades, and building that value chain has taken several decades. And now all of a sudden, you need to decarbonize it, in a few decades, ideally as fast as possible. So that requires a lot of time, energy, and investment. So my recommendation would be, you need the actionable insights and the data in order to get the most bang for the buck for that investment and focus on the lowest hanging fruits first.
Thank you, Kristian. Jonas, should we go over to you?
Yes, I agree with that. And we talked about standardization. To me, that is a critical thing here, that we need to have a standardized set of data to be able for us to act on. But then I will also want to chip in the importance of some sort of global price on CO2. Of course, all of us can set an internal carbon price, but in the end of the day, we need to increase the cost of emitting CO2. And thereby it would help a lot if more countries and more companies start setting that price on CO2 as well.
Thank you, Jonas. And finally, Anna.
Yes, I think what we talked about here is so important, that we drive for transparency with the data, making it fair and making it global, because we are global companies that work on a global level. The climate is not a local issue. And I think it's a very important part also to start acting with good enough data, not wait for the perfect ones, and engage your entire organization, because scopes go into everything you do. And you have to have the engagement commitment on each and every level in your organization to make this happen. It's not a corporate centralized topic, it's everywhere. So leadership, take leadership and engage everyone. I think that's a very important key to this.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I think we can conclude that the discussion around Scope 3 emission is complex, but there are actually things happening. So can we please get a round of applause for our speakers? And with that, I would like to round off this session and thank our visitors online as well. Don't remember to tune in to the continuous sessions during this day, but also the rest of the 2 weeks here at COP27. Thank you so much.
everybody. Can I just check if the sound is working? I don't hear myself. Good morning, can you hear me? Is the sound level okay? Fantastic. Well, good morning, everybody, and good morning to those watching online as well, and welcome to the Swedish Pavilion. My name is Helen Spence-Jackson, and I'm working for Environmental Defence Fund Europe, and I'm really pleased to be here this morning with some excellent speakers. I'm going to introduce them all briefly now, and then two of them are going to come and join us on the stage already. So we have Milton from Doconomy, Miguel from the UNFCCC, Malin from Mastercard, and then joining us online as well later in the event is Ellen from Einride. So the purpose of this session today is really to consider a little bit around enabling citizens making smart climate decisions. And it's clear that a lot of hopes are really pinned on new technologies, but this underestimates potentially the contribution that lifestyle choices can make. So if I can invite Miguel and Milton to come to the stage already. While they're just walking up, let me just say, yes, welcome, welcome. You might have seen in the program notes for this session that the IPCC has calculated recently that behavioral and social cultural changes could actually help us to reduce, or could help us to save 5% of all demand-side carbon emissions. But that's a huge amount of potential, but how are we going to actually get there? So Doconomy and UNFCCC representatives here are going to help set out their initiative that they have been carrying out to help us to change our consumption choices. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand over to Milton first, who has got a small presentation, I believe. Over to you.
Does this work? Can you guys hear me? I can't hear myself. That's okay.
I think,
yeah. Switch the mics. Is this better? Oh, this is cool. These are quite something. Let's also see, can we see this? No. That's okay. Should we kick off?
Yes, please. So tell us a bit about the purpose of it.
Okay. Thank you all for being here. It's an honor and a privilege to attend in the first place. We're here to talk about enabling smart lifestyle choices. And I think just maybe to start off, Miguel, you're the brains of this operation, but just to say a few words, like climate change to many people is sort of a cloud of unknowing, and we're sort of through the lifestyle calculator trying to make sense of it, and I think we all know that the IPCC report has stated quite clearly that lifestyle changes can be an integral part of the change, and we're trying to achieve that through the lifestyle calculator. But what's important is that even if you have full disclosure, even if you have all of the means to understand your footprint, it's quite, it's tough to actually do something about it. Even, most prominent behavioral scholars on this, Don Kahneman, Amos Tversky, Robert Schiller, Herbert Simon, they're all saying that satisficing or trying to take shortcuts in life on particularly as it relates to climate change, it's just because we're trying to avoid the cognitive dissonance arising from the difference between our thoughts and our actions. And so this is, I suppose, one way, our ambition to do something about that and democratizing the data and making it available to everyday people so as to help. Some people call it the ostrich effect, that you're trying to pull people's heads out of the sand and make it something that's just visible in front of your eyes. And I think the lifestyle calculator is one ambition, one way to get the data in front of people and enable those lifestyle decisions that we all know that we need to make in order to achieve some climate action. But I think just a couple of words to introduce. Yeah.
Well, so thank you. And in terms of actually bringing it alive, are you able to tell us a little about the methodology that you used in order to create the tool?
Yeah, sure. If I can take that one.
You might want to have that mic, I think.
Can you hear me? Yes, perfect. Good, yes, exactly. I think from our side, the main goal of the calculator was to, one, make a tool easy to use, easily available for anyone in the world to calculate their footprint. Because if one doesn't know what the footprint is, you can have very little understanding of what the changes in your lifestyle will mean. So the calculator hopefully helps you see that. And second one, citizen action and citizen advocacy is very important for governments also to maintain their promises and to make them even more ambitious. So if we help citizens understand better what's the impact of their personal actions, hopefully they will become more pro-advocacy, pro-climate action. So that was also part of the rationale, empower citizens so that they support more climate action. Now, in terms of the methodology, we have 2 steps that you can follow. One is an easy, quick calculation. You can answer 5 or 6 questions, and then you get an approximate calculation of your impact. This is for people who are on the run, who don't have the time to go into too much detail, but they want to have a quick estimation of what their footprint is. So if you go to the calculator, this is the first thing that you will see. It asks about the main sources of emissions that we usually have: energy, transportation, food, and a couple of other things. But then once you have this overall calculation, if you want to go more tailored to your personal lifestyle, more specific to your particular way of living, then you go into the advanced version of the calculator, and you have 30-something
35 additional detailed questions. Yeah.
35 additional questions that will tailor that footprint to your particular activities, and then will help you see if I change my diet, if I turn down the heating a little bit, if I do this or that, what's the impact that it actually has on my footprint. Now, behind the calculator, the data is the most important thing. So we have tried to include as much data as is available from around the world for the different calculations of energy, transport, food, etc. In the cases where there is no country-specific information, then we are using global averages or specific information that comes from one country that does have estimation. And we hope that in the future we can include more countries, more regions, maybe even cities. New York, for example, has some very detailed transportation data. So we can include more granularity so that the numbers will be more meaningful to me as an individual. But that's the basics of it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's correct. I think just to illuminate the fact that you were actually doing this calculator yesterday, no? We were talking about it before.
I'm a good moderator. I thought I should try before.
No, but I mean, it's fantastic because you said I don't want to call you out on this, but I will do it actually, because you were saying that you went through the first part of the calculator, which takes about 2 minutes to complete, which is the point, because the 2 minutes is, we all have sort of a limited capacity for concentration. There's so much white noise and information, and we wanted to make it available for people who have limited time. And so the fact that you did that is fantastic. And then if you want to go down to the detailed questionnaire, you can do that later. You don't have to do that right away. And that's also an update that we did, because we updated it in March. The initial launch was just a number of questions that required quite a bit of time. But now it's sort of simpler to go through the entire thing. And if you wanted to say, I flew, in my case, from Stockholm to Cairo and then Sharm el-Sheikh, it would be, you just say that you took a long flight in the brief questionnaire, but then you could actually go in the specific questionnaire and plug in from what airport to what airport you flew, and you'd get the exact emissions adjusted for high altitude effects and so forth. So, yeah.
It's true indeed, and in fact I learnt quite quickly where I could make a small change, and that brings me to my next question, Rich, is really around the learnings that you've experienced so far. It'd be very crucial, I think, that we don't just have a tool, but that people are using it, and that you're able to extract as well lessons from it. So can you give a little bit of an impression of the learnings that you've applied so far as they're available at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, as far as they're available, it's been used in 151 countries, and we're super happy to see that traction in the year that it's been live, or just over half a year that it's been live since the updated version. And then, it's plus 20,000 users, which is a a start, I suppose. And then what we can learn from the breakdown of the categories is that transport is the biggest across all countries. And then usually it's lifestyle, then it's home, and then it's food, in that order. And I suppose we can also say that the footprints are perhaps not surprisingly the highest in the western part of the world, particularly the United States, and they're lower in the global south. So that says something about the sort of initial information we can withdraw from the usage of the calculator. Miguel, do you want to add anything?
Yes, if I may, two more things. One is we have had plenty of requests from organizations that want to integrate the calculator into their own apps, websites, services that they offer. So this is also very encouraging. We have some numbers of direct users through the calculator, but we'll have to see also how many are coming through these partnerships. And the other one, we have done basically no promotion, right? It's minimum promotion that we have done, so all of this is organic. We hope with a little bit, as the word goes out or comes out, it will have more uptake. In addition, the idea is to keep it up to date. There are plenty of calculators out there, and you can visit many websites and they have their calculator, but if you look into the data behind it, it may be 5 or 10 years old. So our goal is to make this calculator up to date, so every year it is updated so that you get the most accurate data possible.
So perhaps now might be a good moment in terms of using it in a commercial sense. Are you able to talk a little about the commercial opportunities that could be applied here in terms of enabling citizens to take action? Is that for Milton, apparently?
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, we're again immensely happy with the partnership that we have through the UNFCCC. So Doconomy has it available, so does UNFCCC, the Secretariat. We also have it available through Mastercard, and they've seen great traction so far, particularly in Germany. We have it through another client called Lichtblick, a German player, and then we've seen that people who are looking, corporate clients particularly, who are looking to offer a solution to their end users on engaging in climate action in sort of a quick to market capacity, have found this particularly useful. And so we're getting commercial requests for this sort of on a very continuous basis, which we're very happy to see. I should also say, we didn't mention this before, but what's obviously quite instrumental is that you can benchmark your footprint against the Paris Agreement. So if you know that you need to reach a 1.5-degree target, you'll see exactly what sort of journey you need to be on in order to mitigate your footprint and actually be within reach of what's the realm of possible.
Very interesting, thank you. Did you have any other points to add on this, or shall I bring Mastercard up to the stage now?
No, actually on the commercial side, it's all with Doconomy. From our side, it's the support to try to make the calculator, up to date and as accurate as we can in the methodology and everything, and up to the point where the user access it free of charge. Then from then on, the UNFCCC is not involved in the commercial part.
Understood. Great. Well, Milton, did you have any other slides that you wanted to share at this point, or is that the end of your presentation?
No, we talked about this.
Yes?
No. This is, actually, yeah. I can make a note of this, actually. So Doconomy launched on the backbone of the lifestyle calculator. We launched in June something called Restore, which is a commercialization of the lifestyle calculator that is utilizing the same methodological framework that we've developed for the lifestyle calculator, but that is also tying together the end users or the consumers with corporates who are brave enough to be on a transparent platform in this way. So it's the first marketplace where users can buy products and services that are tailored towards their carbon reduction journey. So the user calculates their footprint, they realize which categories, in this case transport, that is the highest, and they get commercial offers on how to directly reduce that footprint. from partners who can verify exactly how much you can deduct your footprint by if you switch from, for instance, a fossil fuel energy provider to a renewable energy provider that is localized and available in your area. So that's another commercial aspect of it called Restore. But that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So if I can invite our next speaker to come up to the stage, I think you might need to step aside to make a little bit of space. Thank you. So you're very, very welcome. Would you like to just, first of all, introduce yourself?
Of course.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Very happy to be here. I'm Malin Berge from Mastercard, leading our sustainability innovation agenda globally.
And can you explain also a little bit about what you do and in terms of where you're here today, where you see this tool working and enabling citizens in the course of your work?
Absolutely. Thank you, Helen. Happy to. So most of you joining us today probably have some type of relationship with Mastercard. In your iPhone, in your mobile wallet, or in your physical wallet, there is a Mastercard that you use every day for things that matters or not for you. What you might not be familiar with is how we see the role of what we've built the last 50 to 60 years and how we bring that onto the climate transition agenda. So if you think about it, what Mastercard does actually is to allow unknown parties across the globe to trust each other. We have a four-party model where a bank who is issuing a card to you as a consumer can use that at a merchant store who also have a bank to accept that payment. And you can leave that store and receive goods or service because those two circles means that you can trust the transaction that is taking place. Now, if you look at what that means for a role like Mastercard in driving the climate action agenda towards sustainable lifestyles, we have this amazing network of 22,000 banks being connected to the network today, reaching 3 billion people all across the globe and 90 million merchants. Now, that's a tremendous global network, but that network has no meaning in terms of the climate transition and climate action if the network is not activated. And that is why we last year announced the creation of Mastercard Sustainability Innovation Lab to, together with our network, banks, merchants, NGOs, government, civil society. I'm going to see if I can take a step without the background noise. We announced the Sustainability Innovation Lab, which is really acting as a catalyst to respond to activating our ecosystem. We have some beautiful background music here. So what we do is we really look at, okay, what are the trends and signals changing the way consumption might look like for decades from now or years to come. And some of the trends that we are looking into now is what we call the great decoupling. So we see a number of signals of the emerging decoupled economy. An economy where GDP growth continues, where profits continues, but with less negative impact on people and planet. Now, let's take a pause there, because some of our very respected scientists, they share that we shouldn't actually measure prosperity in terms of GDP growth, etc., going forward. What we've said then in our Sustainability Innovation Lab is that we don't think that measurement will change quickly enough for the world's global economies. So we accept that GDP growth, profit growth, etc., is the common language that everyone understands in the world. And then we look at what are the emerging areas in which a decoupled consumption, decoupled commerce can emerge. And looking at some of the data, let me take the subscription-based economy as an example. UBS launched a report recently stating that by 2025, the subscription-based economy is at $1.5 trillion US. Now that is a commercial opportunity. So what we do then is to look at how can we activate this network. Our R&D teams with partners such as Sustainability Forerunners from Sweden deploy new sustainability solutions, often tapping into startups that are pioneers, such as Doconomy. So the partnership with Doconomy was established in 2019. Last year we launched a carbon calculator available now to 22,000 banks across the globe. And that is one way to drive climate action, through education, because we know historically that a number of significant behavioral shifts have happened when education has been in place. Now, that doesn't necessarily meet a full audience of 3 billion people changing their lifestyles, right? So we're approaching it from different angles. And another example, very similar actually to the idea of Restore, is how we through our network can reward sustainable consumption choices. So currently, with the Sustainability Lab in Stockholm, together with a number of forerunner brands across food, fashion, and transportation, we're exploring how we can address the cognitive dissonance of consumers by starting to reward what the good choice looks like. Mastercard will never tell you what a good or bad choice is, but we can get access to the best available global data and add that onto solutions that we provide through our network, so that your bank can provide you a loyalty system rewarding you when you make a transaction with a significant lower carbon impact than the traditional alternative. So that is one of the explorations we are working on now, and in order to respond to the global market trend and signals as it relates to the emerging decoupled economy. And the commercial opportunities, I mean, they are, we can't see all the opportunities at this stage, I believe. Just for a company like Mastercard, we are all about these unknown parties trusting each other. And if you think about the proliferation of transactions in the circular economy and the value that each point of additional usage, or whether something is recycled, reused, etc., there is also a role we see that we in our network can take in order to further accelerate and drive that. And with that, Helen, I think I'm going to hand over to you to focus a little bit more into the transportation sector.
Thank you very much indeed. That's extremely interesting, and that question of trust, I can see, is really a driving force here as well. So indeed, we're going to turn now to bring in our remote participant from Einride. We heard from Milton already that one of the key areas in the tool was relating to transport. Good morning, it's very nice to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm going to kick straight off by asking you if you could talk a little bit about we've been hearing about the high impact that freight transport in particular has on climate footprints, and we're wondering how you intend to reduce this. But before you answer that question, perhaps you could also just briefly introduce yourself and your organisation as well. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you so much, Alan. Yes, so Einride is a freight technology company that enables a transition to low emission or zero emission transports by going digital, electric, and autonomous. And as been discussed here, transport stands for 7 to 8% of global emission. And there is both a question of how do we know how things are transported in a zero emission way versus a high emission way, but also how do we actually make sure that we transition the industries and the companies, enabling the choices of the companies to ship in a sort of electric and low emission way. So what we do is both support, sort of supplying the service of transporting fully electric in a cost competitive way already today, but we also provide the transparency through our platform in sort of what kind of emissions you emit as a company, and hence can give that information to the consumers to make sure that the citizens can make educated choices. One example could be Oatly, which is our first customer, where we went fully electric already in 2020. And of course, they use this in their communication to their customers to ensure that the customers know it's not only produced in a way that's sort of has a very low carbon footprint, but also in the way the goods are transported. And this, I think, is one of those areas where we want to ensure that the citizens of this world can make more educated choices, but by providing that data to our customers as the companies that provide the goods. But I think it's also a big challenge in the industry to make this transition. We see many companies want to go to electric transport, but there's a lot of barriers. It's an industry that's gone through very few transformation in the last 100 years. It's a very fragmented, low degree of digitalization, and we see the need of a change of the ecosystem to really enable an acceleration to electric transport, which we believe is a critical lever to really reduce carbon emissions in transport. That was a brief introduction of what we do.
Helen asks you to keep going. Her microphone didn't work at the moment.
All right, sure. No, but and I think there's a lot of things that can be done. And I think, one thing is what consumers can sort of pressure companies to make sure that they actually are very clear in communicating both how goods are being produced, but also how they are being transported, and hence the emissions through that. And we believe that a lot of the industry is now saying that battery electric transport will come, but we believe and we have proven that it can be done here and now. And I think making sure that society moves faster to low emission alternatives, the technology there, the solution is there, but it does require change. And I think that's what everything this week is about, is sort of how do we ensure that we change in the speed that's acquired. And I think it requires a lot from us as citizens in how we make the choices we make every day, but also in terms of how we pressure companies, regulators to allow that transparency. Many companies today don't actually know how much sort of transport, their own transport emit. And that is the first step, sort of getting that knowledge and the understanding. We have a digital platform that now enables that transparency already now in sort of your current state, but also tells you what can go electric here today and what is sort of makes business sense to go electric in a year from now or 2 years from now, as different technologies evolve. But I think that the main message from us is that sort of 40 to 50% of all ground transports can be electrified today in a way that makes business sense. So we can do it in a cost-neutral way. But it is a question of changing, and you can't just sort of manage transport the way you have with the sort of diesel and petrol fleet. You need to manage it differently, but it really can make business sense already from just the transport. But if we also get citizens to demand to see the emissions that transport, sort of how much the transport is part of this, then the business benefit for the companies to make this transition faster grows very rapidly. I think there's another aspect of this. I think sustainability is one of the core ones, but another part is actually democracy as well, and making sure that we make choices that support sort of economies and the energy supply that is more democratic, sort of putting democracies. So I think there's a lot of aspects to this, and I think as always, knowledge is the first step, right? Understanding how much different ways of transporting and goods are being produced, but also making those changes now. We don't have to wait till everyone has this knowledge. Going electric is the way to go, and we already know that now. Making sure we start making real change and real choice that affects our global carbon footprint. Because we can't sit and wait. We need to start doing this now. And the technology is there. It is mature enough. But some of the ecosystem might need to change to really enable this. Consolidating transport, and making it digital planning is required to make this transition. So that is sort of our mission, to accelerate this change, both through data transparency and the actual electric transport.
I think, it's back. Thank you very much for that. Indeed, the sense of the transparency here being absolutely key in terms of people being able to understand their own actions is clearly key in creating an informed choice. But there's also this sense of linking it up to that corporate action as well. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to now bring back Malin from Mastercard, and have we still, yes, and Doconomy as well, for a final round of questions. And you're staying on the screen with us here in the room, just so you're aware as well, and I'll make sure to bring you in to the discussion as well. So as a kick-off question for this final round, I'd like to know a little bit more about how corporates and bilateral organisations, for want of a better word, could collaborate better to ensure that the infrastructure can really enable citizens to make climate smart decisions. I guess that might be you, Malin, yes, if you'd like to kick off on that one.
Sure, thank you, Helen. And I was reflecting upon what Ellen shared and Milton earlier in terms of the similarities also providing an assessment tool to the users. That's really fascinating in terms of, provide a tool in the hands of the users for themselves to make a self-assessment, and thereafter provide the actionable, what are the first steps that I can take that have a significant change. So I really like the commonalities between those two very different application areas. Now, if I think about our role and our customers' role, we represent one of few industries, if you think about the citizen landscape, that is part every single day of someone's life. And we are there not only once per day, but we're there in many cases several times per day. So we really have, I believe, a responsibility and an obligation to use that role and use that connection and that communication link to educate, to show what good looks like, to start nudging. So that's really where I see it. Milton, do you want to build on that?
Yeah, I mean, I can just say, can you guys hear this mic? Yeah. One of the things that we speak of at Doconomy is the importance of the sort of troika, the triangulation of data, design, and language, right? And I think that's where we're sort of all three conjoining on those themes. And so someone yesterday said that transparency really is infrastructure, right? And I think what we're all trying to do is achieve sort of the collective action of being able to make responsible decisions and actually internalize all of the environmental externalities that go into the societal cost of our actual behavior. And so there's I suppose you can talk about it in different ways. In the relative absence of regulation, there needs to be a bottom-up pressure from the market, and that bottom-up pressure is enabled by the people who are standing in this room and everybody who is attending COP trying to make a difference. And so insofar as we can, to Einride's point, close the gap between sustainable profits and sustainable development, I think we're really well on the way. So I think that's just to add to your point.
And I think it's clear from what you've been saying that individual action can get us so far, but we also need to have these additional collaborations, and we need to build an ecosystem really to make this really fly. So what type of collaborations and ecosystems do you think need to be put in place? And I don't know, maybe that might be something that Einride would like to speak on.
Sure, I think, as you said, the ecosystem needs to change and evolve. And I think, it starts with the pressure from the consumers and the citizens. And of course, the more we can get from regulators, the faster this will move as well. But I think it's really about, making it easier for companies to make the right choices as companies. For example, transportation being one of them, but there's, in how we produce things, there's a lot of other choices as well. And I think making sure that there's a lot of disruptors and startup trying to make sure the technology is there, but how do we enable the ecosystem of companies and service providers and NGOs and regulators and all to really make the right choices and making that choice easier by also being a smart business choice, because that will accelerate this change. And I think, you know, transportation is an area that is already there, but you know, there's both knowledge barriers as well as kind of industry barriers in charging infrastructure, connectivity, and all of these things. But there are players out there that can make companies sort of take these you know, routes that are much more better for climate already now. So I think there is alternatives out there, but it might not always be the traditional ones. Mm-hmm. So you might need to seek more information, but there's technologies in so many areas that really enable good business choices also being good for the climate. And I think, you know, having the pressure on data, you know, also accelerates, you know, the drive from companies to make those better choices.
Absolutely, thank you. I think in terms of that ecosystem piece, we really do need to see the entire system changing here in terms of that. Would like to come in? Yes, Malin.
I was just thinking about, you know, how do you enable an ecosystem, and I think actually, as we see, our role is not that much of coming out with the best solutions to our network, but really finding the best solutions in the market, finding a good way to partner with them, whether they are big or small, bring them onto the Mastercard network of 22,000 banks. And by the way, when we had done that a number of times before, we realized, oh, there is a stop there. There is something happening, even though the best solutions are there, it's responding to clear needs amongst the retail customer base, etc. It's not implemented. Why isn't it implemented? Because parts of it is the whole OKR, or the right KPIs aren't in place to measure that. But the other one is that, for a fact, banks have long IT queues, and there is a lot of IT old infrastructure in IT amongst banks. So what we did when we deployed the lab was to also build a labs as a service function for our customers. So we have a number of 100 people across the globe who are design thinking experts, full stack developers, UX designers, etc., etc., that we then bring as teams to our customers to deploy on their IT infrastructure. So that became kind of the final implementation or the route to implementation for us. So in that sense, there are a number of organizations who can be that connector, but doesn't necessarily need to deploy everything in-house themselves.
Well, thank you very much. And I think we've run out of time now, but I think one of the key things you just mentioned there is regarding implementation. And this is the COP of implementation. So I think we've got plenty of food for thought there in terms of things to take away. I will go back and have another look at that calculator and see which areas I can be able to change. I urge you all to have a look as well. And I think this is also a very interesting conversation in terms of the connection to potentially helping people also deal with climate anxiety. The sense of taking an action can really help to reduce emissions and can all make us part of the systems change that we need to see here. So thank you all very much indeed for attending today, and I look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you to the speakers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Swedish Pavilion and this session that will actually focus on how can Sweden contribute to the green transition also in other countries. My name is Marie Trogstam and I'm Head of Sustainability and Infrastructure at the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise. And as you know, one of the main themes for COP27 is actually just transition. And we will focus this session on developing economies and also how we can remove the obstacles for Swedish companies and provide climate solutions that could simultaneously contribute to capacity building in developing economies. And by that, I would like to welcome our eminent moderator, Emily Ullander, Climate Action Program Manager at Ericsson. So welcome, Emily.
Thank you, Marie. Does everyone hear me? Well, maybe a bit closer. Super. Yeah, as Marie said, I work for Ericsson, a telecommunications provider. So we basically provide global connectivity solutions for the whole world. And we know what technology can do to scale climate action. So I'm really happy to be a moderator of this show. And the first panel will talk about solution a bit more in detail. So I will have 3 panelists coming up. First we have Alfa Laval's Medeleine Gilborne, who is Head of Clean Technologies. Welcome. We have the Head of Marketing at Heart Aerospace, Claudio Camelier. Welcome. And we have the CEO of Minesto, Martin Edlund. Welcome. Are you all set? Good. You also have a mic. Welcome, take one. Super. Can you just talk briefly, really shortly, about what are your specific companies doing?
Yes, so let me start. So I represent Alfa Laval. We have the sort of innovative technologies that really enable both the green transition. We are not known by so many because our products are typically hidden inside the different processes. But actually, we are affecting billions of people every day. What we do is innovative heat transfer technologies that could be found in any type of process, from how we cool and heat our own homes to offices, buildings, but also to everything we're manufacturing, from chemicals, foods, and water consumption.
Thank you so much. Claudio, do you also want to take a turn?
Yes. Hello. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Claudio from Heart Aerospace. Heart is a startup company based in Gothenburg, Sweden. We have approximately 130, 140 employees now and growing. The Heart was created on the vision that electric air flying can revolutionize regional aviation. So we are developing a regional electric airplane, that's the ES-30. It's an airplane for 30 passengers, powered by 4 electric motors, driven by batteries, that is capable of flying short sectors up to 200 kilometers with 0 emissions, with the flexibility to fly longer sectors with a system that we call a reserve hybrid system. But even with the reserve hybrid system, the airplane provides significantly lower emissions than conventional aircraft.
So it's good for all those football teams, right, that don't want to take the train, right?
Exactly.
Thank you, Martin. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. That's interesting. My name is Martin Edlund. I'm the CEO of a Swedish company called Minesto. We develop underwater planes. And actually, the purpose of it is to generate electricity from ocean currents and tidal currents. So we're currently producing electricity at 100 kilowatt scale in the middle of the Atlantic, in the Faroe Islands. And I think that this is the sort of chain of logic that we want to talk about. We need sustainable, renewable energy, and we need transport, industrial systems that benefit from that and use it. We're half your size, so we're 70 people. based in Sweden, Gothenburg also, but also in the UK. So it's good to be here.
Exactly, and good Gothenburg. Good on you. Awesome. I think we will deep dive because I feel that this is really encouraging. And I will start with you, Medeleine. And sorry, in Sweden we start with only the first name because that's how we do it. So don't be despaired if I'm continuing doing that. Can you tell me a bit about what is Alfa Laval thinking about how we can combine business opportunity and supporting the developing countries to speed up the transformation that is needed? Because Sweden, as you know, it's quite small, right? We need to make an impact.
Yes, so first of all, I think we have to realize that the industrial companies have a very important play. We are the vehicle of change for this transition to happen. Both because we set the very ambitious climate targets that accelerate the change, but it's also about that we have the solutions for decarbonization. So, to transformation in developing economies, we need to create independent energy systems in the specific countries. So we have to have green hydrogen, we need to have renewables, and we need to have storage to enable the microgrids. And what we need to do is that we need to deploy, we need to scale and commercialize these technologies so they can be available and affordable for everyone. We really need to make these cost curves to come down so we can implement them. And we in Alfa Laval, we really strongly believe that it's partnerships that will make this acceleration to happen in reality. And that's why we have a very active role in the CEO-led initiatives such as the Hydrogen Council, the Long Duration Energy Storage Council, because we think that if you're going to make this happen, if you want the cost to come down, we have to sort of work together. We need to work across sectors, we work to work across the complete value chain, and we also have to think about it from a global perspective. And if we do that, I really think we can get these technologies available and affordable for everyone that we need.
How fast can we be? Just a question back at you.
We can, I think, absolutely. I think if you look at the battery technologies, how fast we have taken down the cost curves, I think we can do exactly the same for green hydrogen through the electrolyzers. So it's possible, yes.
Super, great. And as you said, we need to change the energy sector.
Yes.
So maybe Martin can go in a bit, talk a bit more in detail about Minesto and what you can do in the green transition.
Yes, I think it's obvious for everyone that we really need to offer a broad range of solutions to address the huge challenge of going net zero with our energy systems. It might be easy for a country like Sweden to say that we can get there with our hydro power and good wind conditions and a modern grid solution that enables that. So even if we're complaining, I think we are at a huge advantage. But most parts of the world, and especially the areas surrounded by ocean, Southeast Asia, and many other parts, there is a huge opportunity in the ocean currents and tidal currents to offer complementary energy production to solar and wind. And the challenge is not to get 30-40% renewables. We can get that in almost any market. The sun shines in the day, the wind blows often. But to reach net zero, the cost of that transition is one of the largest challenges that we're facing. So in order to address that, to add plannable, predictable, renewable generation of base load characteristics is one part of the solution. And that is what our systems bring to the table. But it's not enough just to be complementary. You need to offer it at an affordable cost level. And I think that's one of the challenges with new technologies. They are not cost effective from day one. So we're in a situation where we need to find other customer values to motivate that extra premium cost for, let's say, the first gigawatt of installations. And I think we'll come back to that topic a little bit later. But I think that affordability and complementarity and looking upon the energy system from a higher system level, it's the total cost of providing net zero energy to a society that's our sort of point in this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just a follow-up question, even though we will come back to you later, Martin. what is the potential? Have you looked into the potential worldly as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we view sort of the potential stepwise. So the immediate exploitable potential, maybe 10, 20 gigawatts in some areas of the world, with larger systems, with longer anchoring systems and even surface-mounted systems, we will reach a potential that is equivalent to nuclear capacity on Earth. So it's not a niche technology, and for several markets, it's actually one of the backbone technologies to provide renewable electricity.
That's really amazing, I would say, and what you wouldn't think of actually when you think about it. But so here we are producing the green electricity for the future, and you, Claudio, you want to use it, right? So what do you see your role in the green transition? What is the scalable impact, and can you be scaled in developing countries as well?
Hello. Is it okay? So yeah, that's a very interesting question, right? And we are in the aviation industry, and people tend to, aviation became a villain in the industry nowadays. Everybody says, oh, aviation pollutes and so on, but the issue is not really aviation, right? It's the emissions that airplanes provide. Aviation is a fantastic thing. Aviation is what allowed all of us to be here today. It permits a lot of economic growth and development. It allows people to reunite with their family members. It allows people from different cultures to learn more about themselves, right, and grow together. So it is really a fantastic thing. And a word without aviation would be a very boring word. So that's definitely something that we don't want to have. So the thing is, how can we reduce the emissions of aviation? And there are lots of technologies, promising technologies that are being developed and implemented. Battery technology is one. It's a technology that is available today. It's affordable. It can reach the market before the end of this decade. Very different from other technologies on aviation like hydrogen or others that have a much longer time for acceptance. And battery technology is not good for the entire scope of aviation. It's more for the short sectors, the regional flights. But regional flights, they account for about 1/3 of aviation emissions. So there is a huge opportunity there on how to grow this segment with low emitting or zero emissions airplanes. And this is really where we see our role. We see opportunities worldwide, particularly in developing countries. Developing countries, people travel less, but they want to travel more, and as economic development happens on these regions, they will need to travel more. So the opportunity here is really to allow them to grow their traveling. We are not talking about restricting traveling at all, but grow their traveling on a sustainable way. And this can be achieved by adopting electric airplanes for their expansion.
So you said you had 4 motors, right? And then
yes.
how big is the battery? Like,
it's the airplane. It's 4 electric motors. It's an airplane for 30 passengers. For you to have an idea, the weight of the airplane is about 20,000 kilos, and we have like 5,000 kilos out of those 20 of batteries. Okay. So it's very, very significant.
It's very significant. Indeed, that's amazing. I think we will come back a bit more to that as well. I will go to you again, Martin. We talked a bit about the potential, and I know that you have a big potential in Southeast Asia. Why is that a cornerstone in the green transition, especially here?
Hello. The reason why there is a significant potential is pure physics and the layout of Earth. The Indian Ocean and the Pacific sort of is blocked with all the islands of Indonesia, Philippines, and Malaysia. And so there are a lot of passages through those islands that collect the flow of the ocean into higher speeds in more narrow, reachable passages. And it's also an area where it's very difficult to build large-scale grids. If you have 17,000 islands as Indonesia, you basically today you have a brown coal power plant on each island or a diesel genset, 2.7 gigawatts of diesel gensets, for instance. So it's an area where if we can create value with renewables and add technologies to that, it will be a really good combination of doing business and also supporting business evolution and growth and job creation in the areas. I was in this area now for 3 weeks until I came here, so I really don't know what time it is. But I think it's rather cold outside here compared to Indonesia because of the humidity there. But never mind. When you travel the countryside there and you see islands where there are limited flat landscapes, everything is rice fields, you want to squeeze in solar there, difficult. You want to see industrial development and more value added. So they have a lot of raw materials from mining, for instance, setting up EV battery factories. But the problem is that Tesla, Polestar, the big EV manufacturers, they will not touch your products if it has such a huge carbon footprint. So if it's lignite, brine coal generated factories or fuel factories, you're in trouble. So an interesting drive and opportunity, I think, for us and for others is to collaborate with the industrial actors that are also independent power producers as a parallel growth of renewables, because it's a huge business need to reduce the carbon footprint, to be a part of the global supply chains. Yeah. So that's an opportunity that...
Yeah. And in the collaboration, do you also need finance if we're going to look into the next panel suggestion? Is this something that is missing in your point of view?
I wouldn't say that finance is missing, but it's really a hard job and a full-time job for, small technology providers to open the right doors, to push into the project developers and the big thinkers. Yeah. Because the first small-scale projects will not be profitable. Yeah. But if we talk about 10 gigawatts in Indonesia, it's going to be a huge business. Yeah. So I think it's really a matter of your sort of entrepreneurial drive and ability to find complementary values to the first business cases. Yeah.
Okay, super. Do you see the same problem, Madeleine, in terms of finance? But what can also you as a company really bring to the table now to really speed up the transition?
Yes, I think our role is that we are a global company and manufacturing company. So our role in many parts of this is about that our expertise lies in the commercialization, industrialization of innovations, because that's what we have done for 100 years. So if I take like a concrete example, because now we are very energy focused, but I think we also have to take the question of water. So for example, if you want to enable green hydrogen in the developing economies, we need water and renewable electricity to produce hydrogen. So if we were on the 2030 targets having 90 gigawatts of green hydrogen, we need 500,000 cubic meter of water per day. We cannot use scarce portable water if we talk about developing economies. So we have the technologies as a concrete examples that you can allow us to use offshore water or river water and desalinate that to be able to produce the hydrogen. And the beauty of this is that we don't even have to use extra energy. We use the waste energy from the electrolyzers to desalinate it directly. And it's these types of innovations and technologies that we need. So we have to think from a system perspective about the energy and the water and make this like microgrid. We have to think this as independently, because that's how we can make it affordable and available also for everyone.
And you don't think that you're lacking finances in that sense as well, or is it more the collaboration that it's missing, or what is the missing link?
I mean, you need finance, right? Because what the problem is that these technologies are not affordable today. We talked about it before. I mean, because when you have new innovations, they are too costly. So you need finance and the right policy support to be able to scale these technologies, deploy them, and commercialize them. And that's the only way to make them affordable for everyone. So finance has a very good and important part to play here. Yes.
I think you are alluding to something very important, scale here. In an innovation process, it's often quite easy to fund a small-scale prototype or a demo sale of something. But a lot related to infrastructure, energy sector, is very difficult to prove and demonstrate at small scale. So you need to get sort of investors that are willing to bet significant amounts of money in rather risky investments. And I think this is why it's also so important that we get the really, really big players on board for the small projects. So we have for maybe a decade tried to get big offshore oil and gas companies on board for what we're doing. 10 years ago, they wouldn't listen to us. Today, they're calling us to have discussions. And for them, we're talking about, pocket change money for what's a big project for us. And especially with today's oil and gas prices, there's certainly cash available.
That's quite interesting, yeah. And that's also quite interesting in terms of the aviation industry as well, right? That's quite huge investment, and especially if you think about the innovation you are doing today, right? So do you feel, Claudio, what is really the barrier for you that we can transform the industry with?
I will build on the previous answers here because I completely agree with what was discussed. When we look at implementation of new technologies, generally they are not plug and play, right? It has to have a lot of enablers for you to adopt new means of generating energy or new products, low emission products implemented in the market, or in our specific case in the air transportation market. So it's at the end of the day, it's the whole ecosystem that has to work together. And of course we hear this a lot, wow, everyone has to work together, right? But it's about investments, right? Investments on companies starting up and developing the technology, investments on allowing companies to bring that technology to the market, right? In the industrialization phase, it's also very important. But when we look at our specific case, aviation, right? It's not just about an aircraft manufacturer providing a product and an airline willing to buy it. This airplane will require some changes on the airport infrastructure. So it needs availability of green electricity. It needs availability of battery chargers on airports. As it was mentioned, initially these new technologies are expensive, and many times airlines, they need support in financing those products and how to implement that. So there are really a lot of players in the industry that have to work together on the financing of development, of the financing of industrialization, financing of sales, and not only of the product specifically, but of the entire ecosystem. So we need chargers, we need green electricity availability to make it happen.
Thank you so much. When I listen to you, I feel really hopeful. And it also, I think all your companies are a bit different from what we usually hear in some of these panels, and I'm really grateful for that. We have to end this awesome panel, but please stay put. We will have our second panel coming in a while, talking a bit more on the financing part and what really we can drive the transition with from an export side. Thank you so much. Okay, great. I hope you feel energized. I feel so hopeful for the future, and I hope you do too. I will now come back with Marie Trogström, Confederation of Swedish Enterprise, and you are the head of department Sustainability and Infrastructure. Great title. We will also have Jan Larsson, the CEO of Business Sweden. Welcome up to the stage. And Director General Anna-Karin Jatko for the Swedish Export Credit Agency. No, you have to go. And then we have Magnus Montan, the CEO of the Swedish Export Credit Corporation. Great. Do you also get some mics over there? Yes. Super. Do you have everything you need? Great. Super. Maybe we should talk a really short introduction round, because there are some companies, you sound a bit the same. Like. So maybe, do you want to start, Magnus?
Can you hear me now? Yes, so my name is Magnus and I'm the CEO of the Swedish Export Credit Corporation. The abbreviation is SEK. We are a government-owned bank and we exist to help Swedish export industry become competitive. We do that by financing exporters, their suppliers and their buyers overseas. We also have a strong mandate from our government, our owner, to be a leading force when it comes to financing the transition. So we're a bank, we're regulated as a bank, and we're financed by the capital markets. We work out of Stockholm, Gothenburg, and Malmö.
And you have a quite close direction to the Swedish Export Credit Agency, right, Anna-Karin? So can you just also maybe put a context into it?
Yes, that's working. Thank you very much. First of all, for those of you who've always been wondering what is export finance, just let me give you a very, very brief introduction. Export finance, it goes without saying, is there to ensure that the world can afford to buy Swedish companies, goods, services, and not least technology. And I think we had two fantastic examples from Minesto and Hart in the previous panel. Export finance means that financing becomes both accessible to the buyers of Swedish goods and services, but also advantageous. And this is the key, because without financing, and I think some of our colleagues just mentioned that in the previous panel, there may be challenges. Where does EKN come into this? Obviously, you know there's a bank. And when there's a bank, you normally need an insurer, somebody to assume the risk. We've been doing this for 90 years. We do it in 140 countries annually. And we cover risks for exporters, both from the smallest, most innovative Swedish companies, but also to, of course, the largest Swedish corporates. And we have been working with the largest Swedish corporates for many, many years. Some of the more innovative Swedish companies, we have started working more recently. And I can assure you, it's really, really fantastic to hear about their technology on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you so much, Anna-Karin. Maybe Jan, do you want to go? What is Business Sweden? Hopefully everyone knows because we're in your pavilion. But
yeah, one of the things we do is to organize the pavilion here at COP27. But apart from that, we are also half owned by the state, half owned by Swedish enterprise. We do have the responsibility to attract foreign investments into Sweden, but also then to support companies exporting to other countries. The biggest client we have is the Swedish states, and that pays us for basically helping small and mid-sized enterprise coming into the world and exporting their products. But we also have a lot of private finance from companies that buy our services in order to find markets or production sites in other places of the world. So you can say that we are kind of the network for the Swedish enterprise, big and small, to find new markets and find new places for their business to be developed in.
Okay, great. And then, Marie, so how is Confederation of Swedish Enterprise coming into the picture, and what do you do differently?
Yes, it's a very relevant question, Emily. And the Confederation is representing 49 member organizations with 60,000 companies. Actually, the majority are small companies. So our mission is to create the preconditions, policy-wise, to enable Swedish companies to be competitive, innovative, and sustainable.
And I think that's great, because I think even though Sweden are quite a small country, so what we can do is actually influence other countries to do more, because we have been on a really good journey, and I think our industrial sector has really done amazing work in the past, but I think the innovations we see today is really interesting. And so Marie, in terms of the export again, let's dive into a bit more on that. What can that have for a global climate impact? What are the enabling effects of Swedish export?
Yeah, thank you, Emily. And I will start off actually referring to what Professor Johan Rockström said yesterday, that we need to have a sustainable long-term economic growth in order to have a just transition. So we need to remember that. And of course, it is the companies that are driving that, from small-scale entrepreneurs, as we've heard here, and unicorns, and also large corporations, to actually scale up already, the present technology, but also innovate in new ones. So coming down then to Swedish companies, the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise has conducted a study together with Material Economics that already today the Swedish export is actually decreasing the global emissions with 26 million tons of CO2, and that is presently. So if we can accelerate that, of course the benefits will be great. And just to mention then, how is that possible? It's actually based on an almost fossil-free energy production in Sweden. So we need to continue to have that whenever it's needed, and as been stated here, also at a reasonable price, together with faster and more predictable permit conditions. If we can do that and continue to accelerate that, we will of course also contribute to also the developing economies in the end.
I think that's really interesting. And maybe Anna-Karin, do you have some more specific examples of how Swedish companies can contribute to this green transition?
Thank you. Of course I do. Don't get me started. So I'm just going to give you 4 very brief examples. The first one is that, and I'm going to use examples where EKN, the Swedish Export Credit Agency, often together with SEK, has been financing large projects and scale-ups. Swedish industry has got plenty of green transition technology, and one such example is the world-leading technology we have in electricity transmission. The HVDC link between Saudi and Egypt is a very current example, an important example, which a lot of the goods and services are actually produced by Hitachi, Västerås in Sweden. We have high voltage cables produced by NKT in Karlskrona. They have been part of some of the largest wind farms. Sweden also offers transport with fossil-free fuels. One such example is Abidjan, that needed a bus rapid transport system. It's rapidly growing. You need public transport, you need infrastructure. And Scania, the Swedish bus and lorry company, have established a complete system of bus rapid transport in Abidjan. And these buses can actually run on banana peels, so very green, very forward-thinking. My third example, I'm going to be brief, I promise, is the new standard of responsible mining that a number of Swedish companies are setting: LKAB, Epiroc, Sandvik, ABB, Volvo, Combitech, just to mention a few of those. Mining is a very important industry when it comes to climate transition. Sweden has a very long tradition in mining, and we have now seen a lot of development. We can now offer a turnkey fossil-free digital mining, where we can also have a very advantageous financial offering when it comes to buying these turnkey solutions. And last but not least, my fourth example, of course, is 5G. It goes without saying that you need high-speed telecom in order to be able to really benefit by a lot of these innovative solutions. So that's it. Thank you very much, Emily.
Thank you, and of course you end with a really good example, right? Thank you for that. I will not say anything more about that. But maybe, Magnus, can you just, how do you come into the picture then? Like, continue a bit more. Like, how do you support the green transition together with EKN?
Absolutely. I will do that. And as I mentioned, we are a bank, so we are the financier. So the short answer is that we do that by providing finance often then to the buyers of Swedish export. And just to put this into context, so we have a balance sheet at SEK of about $30 billion, and we have made a commitment that by 2030, 50% of that balance sheet will be directed towards green assets. It's about less than 10% today, and that gives you an idea of the scale of things, that we really need to focus on financing green projects, whether it's in Sweden or overseas. And as Anna-Karin has been talking about, Swedish industry, Swedish innovation technology has so much to offer when it comes to the transition in several different areas, not the least transport and logistics, energy supply, also smart cities, waste to energy, and so on. So we finance then the buyers of these Swedish goods and services and innovation. And when we do that together with EKN, that provide a guarantee, not only do we provide the financing, we also set very high standards when it comes to sustainability for these projects. We follow, of course, the UN principles, the OECD standards, and also the IFC performance standards. So we find that often when we're involved in these projects overseas, we contribute to setting a higher sustainability standard than otherwise might have been the case locally. And this is a very important point. So it's both the financing, but also helping out to set a high standard. And it was mentioned about the importance of collaboration. When we work together, it's not only EKN and us, it's of course with the Swedish exporter, the buyer overseas, but there is often a commercial bank involved as well to help arrange the transaction. And I think this point about collaboration, which it talks about here on in the floor in one of the taglines for the pavilion, collaboration I think is really key, because that is how we're going to solve the challenge that we stand before when it comes to the transition, by exchanging goods, services, ideas and solutions at a higher space internationally. And we together we do that by providing finance to buyers of Swedish content overseas.
Do you have different type of a bit more beneficial finances if it then considered green, or do you have the same for different types?
Yeah, so sure. So we have at SEK we have many different types of financing. When it comes to the Swedish exporters, it can be working capital, it can be term financing. When it comes to the buyers overseas, it's typically either project finance or export finance. Irrespective of the type of finance, these loans can be branded as green or sustainable. And when we manage to do that, then typically the pricing is a little bit finer or cheaper.
And I guess that's what we need, right? So we really get that transition. And we see that also for big corporations, even though it's internal financing as well. But great, amazing work. But then I will want to turn to you, Jan. Maybe you can sum it up, and how is Business Sweden's part of this play? Can we scale more?
Our ambition is to kind of be the knot that holds it all together. By having all those offices in 42 places around the world, we naturally have a very good connection with both policymakers but also companies across the globe. And by using the ability to actually finance and give credits and also reach out to Swedish companies, I think only by actually helping those companies that were up on stage here beforehand, getting out to the new market, getting out to the markets where there is both already existing demand of their products, but also naturally tie them together with, for example, foreign aid and other programs in the more poor parts of the world. If we can help doing that just by opening up the markets, we can really both support the transition to a green economy, but also actually help those companies prosper and grow. And that is taking advantage of the position that Sweden has today, because we are really in the world lead of climate smart solutions. We've been there for almost 50 years, speaking about the environment sustainability as a positive means to drive production. And now I think we can basically get the advantages out of that, because the companies in Sweden, although Sweden is a very small country, the companies are super advanced in some of the specific areas. A lot of that has been displayed up on the stage here. Much more will come. But just to help those companies, those innovative startups and scale-ups and established industrial companies get out to the world, will actually support the world in reducing CO2 emissions.
Has it been better since before? Like, have you seen an increase in this? Like, you know, are we even more hopeful for the future? Like, can we raise the bar even more?
No, I think we can raise the bar naturally much more. But I'm at the same time very, very hopeful, because just looking 3, 4, 5 years back, there were really not, the innovative level was not even close to where it is today. So there's so many, not only smart thinking about how to solve this, but I mean, Minesto actually has their little underwater airplane already swimming around in the middle of Atlantic, proving that they can do it. There are so many things that are actually being manufactured and being distributed. So now it's not, the solutions are there in a large extent. Now it's more, how do we actually make those solutions be affordable abroad, as was said here before, be financed abroad, but also be wanted, be demanded from other consumers and investors. And also naturally, when we look over, for example, Africa, or we look into the poor parts of the world, we need to find ways there as well to make them leapfrog into the new and best technology, not be forced to take the path that we have done. So I think that is another one of the real big challenges that we have ahead, to kind of tie together foreign aid and export, economic development, and so on.
Exactly, and then the affordability comes in, right? We really need to make sure that the right solution is also the green and the best solution for the climate. And we talked a lot about green energy today, and we know the countries will need it, but maybe a few of them also have quite high governmental debts and high costs. So Anna-Karin, like, you know, from EKN's perspective, how do you see this?
Well, I think that's really partly what COP27 is all about. How do we ensure that different sources of finance can be at play here? Because, of course, some of the countries that need to be making these investments already have financial and economic constraints. And I think what we need to be doing then is to ensure that there is finance available. I'm looking at Magnus here as well. That ensures that you can actually choose the long-term innovative green solution. It may not initially be the most affordable if you only look at the immediate cost, but with the right financing, you can actually also afford to buy the right technology. And I think a key factor in all this, by 2030, the emerging markets will need to 7-fold their increase in renewable energy. So we need massive sources of finance. We are one source, but I think we also need to be looking at new forms of collaboration. My colleagues have already alluded to the fact that you need to combine aid financing, direct finance investment, commercial financing, export financing, and we also need to find new ways of collaborating in order to really pool these resources and ensure that they are used for the right type of innovative solutions. Export finance has an annual turnover globally of about $700 billion US. This is a huge, partly untapped potential, and I think Swedish companies, together with our offering, can actually really make a difference here, also to countries that may face financial and economic constraints. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Magnus, do you have anything more to add on that, maybe? I think you're so close collaboration.
Yeah, I will try to add something to it. Maybe just by starting saying, so when we are involved in financing projects overseas, we tend to look at Swedish content, and we have a rule of thumb that as long as it's more than 30% of Swedish interest in a project, we can be involved in financing up to 100% of the entire project. And when we talk about Swedish interest, then typically we mean goods that are produced either in Sweden or produced in somewhere else by Swedish companies. So that's the rule of thumb. The advantage when we finance, within the export credit system, is that we work with long tenors, which tends to be a challenge for the commercial banks. Today we can go up to 18 years in tenors. We tend to have competitive pricing because we're often guaranteed by EKN, AAA. We also, as I talked about, set these high sustainability standards for our projects. Another aspect when it comes to the green financing, as far as SEK is concerned, is that the source of the financing, as I mentioned, we're financed from the capital markets, comes through our green bond framework. So this is then investors at the global scale that invest in SEK, so we can on-lend this money targeted to green projects. So all those projects that are done under that umbrella or that part of the framework follows the EU taxonomy. So they classify under the EU taxonomy. So that's important. But there is also a challenge in this because the EU taxonomy today only account or economic activities that qualify under the EU taxonomy today only represent somewhere between 3 and 5% of real activity in the economy. So it's very important that actors such as ourselves can also be involved in financing other forms of sustainability-linked activities that don't necessarily are 100% green today, but that help us take us in a better direction. And we do that through sustainability-linked loans at SEK. And then they are typically linked to our customers' ambitions and strategic development goals when it comes to reducing CO2 emission or increasing their energy efficiency. So green financing is very important, but we also need to have some kind of flexibility to finance activities that are not 100% green today. I think that's quite key for us to get to the final goal.
Exactly, and the standards like taxonomy can also be debated a bit more, like what is green in that sense as well, and I think that will be evolved as we go forward as well. And I think for me, SLA-linked finance is a really good way because then the company can push, and even the banks are also learning more of what is actually sustainable for a company, and you can be a bit more look at the hotspot of a company to actually set those targets that are active. But Marie, I will sorry for you have been a bit quiet now. I will turn the action to you. And what actions can we take in order to enable an accelerated transition through these Swedish exports that we talked about today?
I will actually change mic. I will reply to that question on a policy level because, as you said, Magnus, on the EU taxonomy, being a Swedish company, you might not even have the time to think about how, you are really affected by the ambitious EU legislation. But one example of that also the Confederation is driving now is the lack of possibilities for innovation. There is a specific industry emission directive. If that will be changed, as has been suggested, it might actually end up in fixed values for the energy usage and the emissions. And as we know, for example, in terms of fossil-free steel, that wouldn't have happened if we had those fixed values. So from our side, we work on the policy level in a proactive way to really make sure that the policies then will eventually become the Swedish law actually, improves and contribute to the innovative climate. So that's one major action that from our side are driving. And then also we want to have like a level playing field, to have the solutions as much as possible on a global level. And I know that all of us here, but also like, for example, the International Chamber of Commerce are driving a global price on CO2. So that's one other policy measure. And the third one that we all been touching upon is, of course, in Sweden, to have a lot closer cooperation with SIDA and the Development Corporation in order to build the capacity in terms of sustainable procurement, the mechanism for a carbon adjustment, and you have a lot of good governance issues, and then combine that, of course, with the solutions that our companies are providing. For example, reading the national determined contributions from developing economies with a lot of focus on energy, as we've been speaking about. So there are also policy changes needed to really enable how we could support also developing economies.
Exactly, I think that really good points as well. Maybe Jan, you want to continue on that note, like how can we make technology available for all? Like what are the missing components today? Maybe add a bit more on what Maria is talking about.
Yeah, Maria is much better lobbyist than me, but when I speak to Swedish companies, I mean, they would typically say some of the things here. One, we need a tax, and you very rarely hear Swedish companies speak about that they want a tax or they want a tax increase, but a global tax on CO2 emission would really be the big driver and be totally technology kind of neutral in the construction. So that would be a huge step forward, I think, to drive this whole thing. Just add a cost on coal and we will have a lot of things done. I also agree, and a lot of companies also feel that, yeah, by putting foreign aid together with export promotion and also increasing the demand on the projects that we finance via foreign aid on their climate smartness would also be very beneficial. And then I think thirdly, what I would say to the politicians today is that they have to acknowledge that it's the companies that are in the driver's seat. The companies are the engine of the development right now. They are pushing the innovations. They are finding ways to finance, and very often together with state organizations, but also by finding private finance for doing what they're doing. They're finding the new markets, they're pushing the technology, and they go to work every morning believing that today I want to contribute even more to a climate smart world. And I think just by acknowledging that, politicians should understand also that their role is very much to put out the long-term road, so to speak, so that companies today know what will they have to deal with 5 years ahead. Because with that long-term perspective, it is so much easier to run innovation, to get the finance in place, and actually develop those products, because there are too many insecure, there are too many obstacles as it is for politicians to create even more obstacles. So long-term, price on coal and more cooperation, collab, I think that is the kind of the way forward.
Really good points as well. And I think, as we stay positive, we can also drive the change, because then our minds are working differently, right? So the final question, are you positive, hopeful? Yeah.
Well, I am, definitely. But that's the charm with my job. I get to meet all these companies that actually are working, getting up and going to work every morning with the full belief that we will contribute to a better world tomorrow. And by doing that, you kind of end up being hopeful and positive by definition.
Yeah. Final note for you, Marie.
I just want to build on that. I received a couple of questions on that matter, because there are gloomy times. We could all agree. But being here, listening, as Jan said, to the companies, you cannot be positive and optimistic, because there are concrete solutions. We need to scale up. We can't forget about many technical solutions are already present, as we've heard, but we need to enable scaling them, but also, of course, have the sustainable economic growth to invest in new ones. But so I'm really optimistic.
Good. Are you the same?
No, absolutely. Very. I think we need to accelerate. We need to do more. So we cannot be content. But definitely feel positive. Strong believer in the forces of the market. So companies and institutions are beginning to understand that we need to change. It's not only about wanting to change. We also have to change, because otherwise the market won't be there for us. One thing I think is important is that policymakers also keep up with this, like both of you were alluding to. But plenty of reasons to be positive, I think.
Super. And then Anna-Karin, you will be the final one to be either positive or...
Well, Swedes can be quite consensual, but I think I'm going to put it very briefly and succinctly. We can't afford not to be positive, and that's why we are.
Exactly. We need to change now. And with that, I think I will say a huge thank you to all of you for coming today. I think we've had 2 great panels, and I'm sure hopeful after this. And thank you for having me and all of us, and goodbye.
Oh, okay, it's working. Perfect. Hello, everyone. We're about to start this session. Welcome, everyone, to this session entitled A Just Transition, Grounded in Human Rights, the Role of Businesses, here at the Swedish Pavilion at COP27. My name is Victor Bernard, and I'm the Program Officer specializing in Human Rights and Environment at the Raoul Wallenberg Institute of Human Rights and Humanitarian Law, based in our Asia-Pacific office in Jakarta. I'm going to be moderating this session today, where we have distinguished speakers representing the business sector, the non-governmental organizations, and the youth group. Before we begin, I want to say a couple of words to set the stage for this session. We are hearing repeatedly that the effects of climate change that scientists have long predicted are now a reality, such as accelerated sea level rise, increasing incidence and intensity of disasters and extreme weather events, biodiversity loss and desertification. These threats risk destroying the natural systems and environmental services that 1.2 billion jobs around the world depend on. In addition, these impacts will have profound implications on a wide range of human rights, particularly those of the most vulnerable and future generations. In light of this, government and businesses must urgently find ways to transform key societal systems that drive environmental degradation and climate change, and rethink not just technologies and production processes, but also consumption patterns and ways of living. To enable this systemic change, to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, immediate and concerted actions are required, engaging diverse policy areas and actors across society. Such transformation is widely referred to as the green transition and has been discussed extensively in scientific studies and policy documents. This concept often refers to fundamental changes of key production and consumption systems like energy, transport, or agriculture and food, and are expected to substantially improve the state of our environment, but also the quality of people's lives, in particular those of the future generations. Moreover, accelerating the green transition would help preserve jobs dependent on ecosystem services and create new jobs in the green technology and sustainability fields. However, as historical and ongoing systems transitions show, such processes do not happen without trade-offs, conflicts, and resistance, since they disrupt and challenge established investments, jobs, behaviors, knowledge, and values, and can also have a significant human rights implication. For example, businesses that need to make transition out of greenhouse gas emissions initiative or greenhouse gas intensive production, and the workers who risk losing their jobs in climate mitigation processes are not always the ones who stand to gain from the considerable business opportunities from green economies. Also, industries that fuel the renewable energy boom have been associated with negative human rights impacts on communities and workers. These conditions gave rise to the widely discussed concept of just transition, which was initially championed by trade unions. Just transition entails business and governments navigating a complex web of interests and needs, aligning diverging views and ensuring that there is an inclusive social dialogue with all stakeholders, in particular workers and communities affected. It is a concept that is referenced in the 2005 Paris Agreement and incorporated into various ILO guidelines that envisage it as a systemic approach to sustainability. Over time, this concept has evolved and has been associated with different formulations, ranging from a narrow one that focuses on the needs for states and businesses to support workers and communities through putting in place robust social protection systems and job training, to a broader one that concerns systemic transformation that addresses deep injustices that render certain groups more vulnerable to human rights implications than others. As such, businesses play a central role not only to support the transition to a low carbon or zero carbon economy, but also to ensure that such a transition is just, equitable, and inclusive. This means that businesses should assess and address human rights implications when they plan and implement actions and strategies to address climate change. In this regard, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, the EU Mandatory Human Rights Environmental Due Diligence, and other EU-related initiatives such as the minimum safeguards under the taxonomy regulation can guide businesses and financial actors in embarking on a transition that is truly just and based on human rights. In this session, we're going to hear from a wide range of business representatives, especially in Sweden, who will share share initiatives and actions that they have taken to accelerate a just transition to a low-carbon economy. They will showcase ways their organizations have leveraged or can leverage business and human rights to avert and address potential human rights risks from climate mitigation and adaptation strategies. We also have speakers from the Institute on Business and Human Rights and Yango/Stockholm Plus 50 Youth Task Force, who will share their insights into their work on a just transition with businesses and other stakeholder groups. So first up, I'm honored to have Maria Simonsson, the head of sustainability at Swedish Credit, who will share her insights into the actions their companies have taken to accelerate a just transition. So the floor is yours.
Hello. Oh, it's on. So thank you, and thank you for inviting me to speak at this very important topic. At SEK, we finance. We're a financer. We're a bank. We finance Swedish exporters. We also finance their suppliers, and we finance the buyers of these products. When we do this, it means we're out in 60 different countries, which means taking in all these aspects. So our starting point is that we work with sustainability from a holistic perspective in order to, we're in the business of risks, so we need to assess all the risks there are, including the ones that you mentioned, which means that we've had this as an integral part of our due diligence on projects and companies when we lend to them. And all the different initiatives and the international frameworks that you referred to, we work with, such as the IFC performance standards, we work with the OECD guidelines, and we see that increasingly this is now also coming in through regulation in the EU. And since we're a regulated business, this means that this is going to be hardwired into the financial system. And that hardwiring will enable us to find the language and find the criteria and find the appropriate assessments for these quite complex topics. We're working a lot on this. We're working to integrate it into our analysis, into our policies, but also into our products in that sense. The former panel was speaking about transition. The just transition is about also recognizing these kind of values. And one thing that we do a lot is infrastructure projects that has to do with communities and people, and thereby also human rights is relevant. And we see also, which is very promising, that Swedish companies are actually taking action on this and leading the way. But there's a lot more work to do, and we're committed to work with our customers on this topic.
Thank you so much for giving that very interesting overview of how financial institutions are now being regulated by an escalating regulatory framework. And I would also love to hear more about how you are working with infrastructure projects on making sure that this transition benefits all. I'm going to move on to our next speaker, who will be joining us online, I assume. Her name is Ms. Christina Friborg, who is the Executive Vice President and Head of Sustainability at SSAB, which is the Swedish steel company. She too will share some insights into the work they're doing in support of the Just Transition agenda. The floor is yours, Ms. Christina.
Thank you, Victor, and thank you so much for inviting us to this arena. Looking forward to the continued discussions also ahead of us. As you said, SSAB is a steel producer. We have a turnaround of about 96 billion Swedish crowns. We have about 14,000 employees, and our main production sites are in Sweden, Finland, and the United States. We also account for 10% of Sweden's CO2 emissions and 7% of Finland's CO2 emissions. So we are one of the bad guys, really, in Sweden until now. Our input materials are iron ore and scrap. So we produce steel from scrap in the US, but in Finland and Sweden we produce steel from iron ore. When you produce steel from iron ore, you need a blast furnace, and this is where all the CO2 emissions occur. We will change, we will electrify, and when we do this, we will install electric arc furnaces, such as we already have in the US. However, that takes scrap as input material, but there is not scrap enough in the world to supply the global demand for steel, so we will need to produce steel from iron ore within a foreseeable future. This is why we have researched and found that we can make iron ore-based steel from by using hydrogen gas instead, hydrogen. This is why we created Hybrid, which is a value chain initiative together with our iron ore supplier LKAB and our energy supplier Vattenfall, where we have done research and we have actually been able to produce steel without fossil emissions. Our aim is to have fossil-free steel in commercial production in 2026, which is quite soon, and also be largely fossil-free in the company at around 2030. So we are accelerating really our agenda here. For the human rights issues, of course, this comes with a responsibility. The whole company is transforming right now, and this, of course, creates a little bit of a stir. I have to say we have a very large wave of understanding and engagement from our employees. But it does create a little bit of a stir. So of course, human rights will be taken into account when doing this transition. The transition is huge. The whole company is affected. All our sites, more or less, are affected in different grades. Now, the main focus in this transition is our employees and the societies in which we operate. One of the founding basic things that we did to do this was to update our code of conduct with the relevant human rights regulations and guidelines that were mentioned by you, Victor. And when it comes to the priorities, really, I would like to highlight the work on health and safety of our employees, but also of our contractors that will work on the sites that we have. This is a true priority for us. We've gone from 4.2 in LTI in lost time injury frequency in 2018 until 1.15 now in the latest quarterly report for the third quarter this year. So we've really done a fantastic job when it comes to the safety of our own employees and contractors, and this will remain a key priority for us. And this is, to me at least, closely linked to human rights and the right to a safe workplace and so on. And the same thing with the health issue. They are very interrelated. We also, for the just transition, of course, the competence development is key for this. We will develop the competence and train our employees as much as we possibly can. We have, for example, started a historically large project in Luleå, which is one of our sites that will start in 2023. We've started the planning already, where we will have training directed specifically and explicitly towards electricians, for example, so that they understand how this electrification of the way we produce steel will continue, so that at least that group from the start will be prepared. So this is just one concrete example of how we will work with just transition, but obviously the whole company will be affected, and we will take care of competence development in many other areas also. Other basic human rights that we have to take into account, and which we do sort of as a regular basis, but that we will keep a close eye on also, is for example, the choice to unionize or the choice not to unionize, and also have a close dialogue with the unions, particularly in Sweden and Finland. And also, for example, the freedom from discrimination, which is also a big issue when you need to recruit a lot of new employees for the future. Victor, do you want us to also talk about the challenges, or shall we come back to those?
Yeah, I will come back to you about the challenges. I'll also let the others. You mentioned a number of very interesting good practices that can contribute or that will contribute to a just transition. So I will also let the other business representatives highlight a couple of them in the next round. So I will hold you back there a little bit. But you mentioned a couple of things that I found very interesting, especially with regards to human rights. I remember just last year, human rights was a very sensitive topic to mention, just to utter those words. And now we're seeing more and more businesses incorporating it into their due diligence and practices, and also referencing the business and human rights frameworks. So I'm very happy to hear that and linking it to the climate change, the climate action that each business will need to take. So just moving on to our next speaker, who represents Tetra Pak, Ms. Eija Hietabuo. Sorry, I might have slaughtered your name, but I look forward to hearing you give an overview of the measures taken by Tetra Pak to accelerate a just transition. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? No? Can you hear me now? Yes. Very good. Thank you. You make me sound very exotic with your pronunciation of my name, which is a blunt, old-fashioned Finnish name, so it's Eija Hietabuo. So maybe to get that right. Tetra Pak is easier to pronounce. And for those of you who don't know Tetra Pak, or you know Tetra Pak for the fact that it's about packaging, I'd maybe like to start off by also telling you a bit about Tetra Pak, because not only we are one of the world's largest packaging companies, but we are also one of the world's largest food-related processing solutions, technology, and equipment manufacturers. So it's actually quite a big responsibility we have in the food industry. And to add to that, we also are very big in the dairy business, so the world's largest. So it's an interesting combination of responsibilities when you think of just transition or green transition overall. And as food is so central in our work, and you know that was the foundation really of the company, it's also the center in our sustainability agenda. And this is really scary, the sounds, but I hope we'll survive. So food is the center of our agenda, and if you would like to kind of imagine a flower growing from the food in the center, you would see that it sort of intersects with climate, nature, and circular economy, and social sustainability and responsibility is cutting across all those areas. And I think this is really important. You know, we've been working on environmental issues, and that was basically the foundation of the company to come up with these low-carbon circular packaging products in particular, which have special features because they use technologies which are very unique. It's called aseptic technologies, which allow food to be preserved for a longer time by very quick, super hot heating technologies, and therefore the cartons actually they reduce food loss and food waste in the processing and in the use of food. So therefore, you know, when we talk about green transition for the packaging business, it's been kind of incubant from day one. And for the processing business, what we are more and more now invested in is technologies and solutions on alternative proteins to replace animal proteins, or at least to offer both sides, if you like. And I think maybe you don't know, but we also are very advanced in having these product development centers at Tetra Pak. So we work with our customers and sometimes non-customers to develop the kind of food products, so design food products that would be fit to a certain country or geography, or with certain supply chains, which wouldn't depend on, for instance, soy for plant-based products, but could depend, for instance, on hemp, which nowadays grows happily in Sweden because of the weather changes. So this just to explain a bit our business, and therefore we take our responsibility very seriously when you look into the human part of the transition as well. So maybe to start off with, I'll just give you a couple of examples on our supply chain related actions. because human rights overall, our journey with human rights started, as most companies actually, it started with the supply chain responsibility. So that's, of course, as we heard from SSAB as well, about the code of conduct on suppliers, being, certifications like the SEDEX certification, EcoVadis, which require human rights compliance. But we also have big transitions to do in some of our supply chains. So these are green transitions. So when we talk about packaging, we, of course, we want to secure that the raw materials which we use in our packaging are extremely sustainable and respect human rights. So we've opted for FSC certification for all our wood-based products, which actually means that FSC is one of those certification schemes which actually incorporates human rights in the process. It looks into local communities, FPIC, and other things. So it's quite mature as an environmental certification standards. We are also members, one of the first members in the Aluminium Stewardship Initiative, which yet again looks into indigenous people's rights and where aluminium is concerned. So these are just some of the actions which are very direct. But then I would actually like to already now, I know that this wasn't the time for challenges, but I would also like to talk about our work in the kind of direct work of our area. So as you know, packaging is a huge kind of circular economy topic, which has resulted not only in massive amounts of regulation around the world, but the discussions of a plastics treaty currently, many initiatives led by foundations and is this working? Yeah. So led by multi-stakeholder platforms, NGOs, etc. And circular economy is a great example. Like I think we've heard about some environmental initiatives, which has so far only focused on environmental benefits that circularity is going to deliver. And I think this is one is very prevalent for us, because of course, as a responsible company, we want to make sure that all the packaging that we bring to market. Number 2. All the packaging that is brought to market by our customers, it actually gets also recycled. And this aspiration is very far in terms of when developed markets are concerned. But in the developing world, where you don't have the infrastructure in place, it is very difficult to do that. And you need collective action. You need to work with policymakers, governments, communities, cities to drive that action. And very often in these areas, you are dependent on informal waste collection, basically. We are dependent on informal waste collection infrastructure, or where that doesn't exist, you actually would be developing that. And this is an area where we have been active in many countries, and there are great examples from some countries, but this is a topic that I would like to suggest for further discussion. How do we ensure that great environmental initiatives where you have a lot of collective action, where you have the UN supporting, you have civil society engaged, you have academia in those initiatives. So how can we bring this just transition and the elements of human rights into these initiatives, as opposed to driving this separately?
Sorry. Can you hear me? Yep. Thank you so much, Ms. Eija. Yes. For your very interesting insights into not only the opportunities but also the challenges. You preempted my question there later on. So, but Tetra Pak is of course one of the biggest companies, and we see it all across Asia in the packaging industry. And you mentioned a number of interesting innovations, especially in the technological front, that I do think that we can explore further and see how we can couple that with human rights later on. Next up, we have Institute on Business and Human Rights, Ms. Haley Dennis, who is going to introduce her work on just transitions. She comes from a non-governmental organization, and she can probably talk extensively about how businesses work on just transitions in other parts of the world, especially in South Africa. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? These microphones are very scary. Thank you very much, Victor. My name is Haley St. Dennis. I'm with the Institute for Human Rights and Business, IHRB. Just to say a word about who IHRB is, we're a think and do tank, we often describe ourselves as. We were founded in 2009. Our founding chair at the time was Mary Robinson, of course, a very well-known climate justice advocate for many decades. And we really try to work at the intersection of business, government, and civil society, really as a sort of agitator for collective action on some of these very systemic issues. And I don't think there is a greater collective action challenge than the just transition and how to move forward in a very concrete way against some very, very tight timelines in terms of our climate targets. So I was going to, Victor, take a slightly higher level perspective and really, I think, try to share some tensions that we're observing around the sort of state of play of just transitions globally right now. And I think there is a tension and a moment that we're in because there has been, very much thanks to the pioneering work of trade unions and the ILO, significant uptake of the just transitions concept, particularly, I would say, since COP26 over the last 12 months or so, by financial institutions, businesses across sectors, industry associations, which is absolutely what's needed. But there has also been a huge array of definitions and interpretations of how they're understanding what just transitions really means, how they're defining that J element within this sort of JT acronym. And there's a risk that comes with that, where you have an increase in sort of misuse or misapplication of this very visionary concept, such that there is a risk, I think, in the near future of it becoming a potentially meaningless term. Because if just transition means everything to everyone, then it also means nothing at all. So to illustrate that, I was recently in Cape Town about 3 or 4 weeks ago for a knowledge sharing dialogue that the Presidential Climate Commission and the African Climate Foundation were putting on around their just transition path. And they, of course, I think everyone probably knows, are sort of the leading model, national model for how to decarbonize at scale in a way that also brings communities, brings workers and consumers along and really tries to tackle inequality at the same time as tackling the decarbonization challenge. And South Africa, of course, has a very extensive decarbonization challenge. So it was an incredibly inspiring couple of days. There was a huge amount to share. They have a very visionary just transition framework in South Africa, and I think very much rooted in their post-apartheid history, the understandings of the sort of 3 forms of justice: procedural, distributive, and historic sort of reparative. But they also sought to expand this knowledge sharing session to one of South Africa sharing globally with a number of other countries that are at slightly later inflection points, but looking very much to emulate the South African model. So they had Indonesia there, Vietnam, the Philippines, and a number of other African countries. And so as the dialogues went on, particularly with these countries sharing their ambitions, their visions of how they saw just transition in their country playing out, we at IHRB played that slightly awkward role of asking the human rights question. What do you mean by J when you say just transition? And the interpretations varied widely. And in many ways, I think they reflected visions of structural economic inequality, right? Access to finance was very much seen as one country's definition of just transition. The ability to continue tapping into their oil and gas reserves was another interpretation of what just transition meant in that context. And so we challenge, particularly from a human rights perspective, the risks of this playing out as we move forward over the coming months, because at least on 2 levels, as I say, it raises real risk of this visionary concept losing its power. One is around this question of quality control, understanding what just transitions is in order to be able to measure against a baseline and understand progress in achieving just transitions, which is a long-term change management systemic process. The other, I think, is around co-option. And I think just the fact that there is already an acronym, right, JETP, Just Energy Transition Partnerships, is a signal of where this could potentially be headed. So I suppose what I'll leave with for now, but come back with a much more positive set of comments, I guess, around where we see things needing to go forward is really just to challenge, I think, everyone in the room that if, I guess, JT and JETP are to avoid going the way of CSR and ESG, it is absolutely critical that we develop collectively some forms of quality control over that J element moving forward. And happy to share further thoughts on what we think that could look like, Victor.
Well, thank you so much, Haley. I mean, that was some of the impressions I got doing research on this topic. The J, the just, has so many different definitions depending on who you speak with and where they come from and which group they belong to. And this is, of course, something we can unpack later on, because it is a challenge having multiple definitions, but without a standardized way of quality assuring whether your processes and your production is contributing to this so-called just transition. I want to move on to our last speaker, who is Ms. Yoko Lu, who represents Yango and the Stockholm Plus 50 task force. She will specifically talk about the Stockholm Plus 50 because they came out with an interesting youth policy paper that covered just transition. But I'll let her talk more about that now. So the floor is yours, Yoko.
Thank you for introducing me to the floor and inviting me to as a speaker. So my name is Yoko Lu. So I'm part of the Stockholm Plus 50 Youth Task Force member, which we attended the Stockholm Plus 50 conference in June 2nd and 3rd this year. And we developed a youth task force, a policy paper that invited the youth from all across the world to include their inputs into our policy paper, including the just transition and business, and as well as human rights. So I will read off some notes from the document. So for the Stockholm Plus 50 conference, there were 3 different themes. So the first one was reflection on the urgent need for actions to achieve a healthy planet and prosperity of all. So within this particular theme, in terms of just transition, we proposed that a nature positive goal for 2030 with respect to biodiversity and a goal for chemical pollution and water should be set at Stockholm Plus 50 alongside the existing target to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees for an inclusive and just transition to a nature positive economy. And within human rights, we propose that we should recognize the rights to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment in domestic legal systems by integrating it in national constitutions and legislations, and vote in favor of recognition to this matter in the UNGA, which was already passed. And the second one is achieving a sustainable and inclusive recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. And we propose under just transition to ensure constructive implementation measures and just transition, promoting socio-economic equity during and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. And under human rights, introduce mandatory greenhouse gas reporting, human rights and environmental due diligence laws for listed corporations, and a legally binding international treaty to cover global trade and supply chains, and also accelerate progress towards a proposed UN binding treaty on business, human rights, and environment. And the third theme was accelerating the implementation of the environmental dimension of sustainable development in the context of the decade of action. And within this, we would like to phase out the subsidizing exploration, extraction, and utilization of all fossil fuels to achieve net negative emissions by 2050, following the principles of a just transition and common but differentiated responsibilities. To facilitate this transition, we also proposed to establish an international fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty to immediately stop all further expansion of fossil production. And finally, to ensure for the theme for Stockholm 50 was to ensure an inclusive process for decision making. And we want to highlight that we want to recognize that achieving sustainable and inclusive development through democratic processes needed to take all perspectives and opinions into consideration via the principles of free speech and press freedom. We also call upon world leaders to recognize the right to free and fair elections in accordance with international human rights. So this is from a youth perspective, so it's also very important to include the diverse voice, youth voice, in human rights, justice, and business. because within this business world, it's really difficult to talk about human rights because youth is the beginning and opening door to this career and also the green jobs and just transition. Because within young, actually, I'm also with young girl, that we also really want to call for these green transitions and really accelerate this just transition into business field. And that it's very important to include youth into all aspects. So it's not just about the business, but also human rights perspective. I think that's it for now.
All right, thank you so much for that very interesting, spiel or overview of what they have been achieved, or what they have achieved as of or until Stockholm Plus 50. And that paper, and I invite you all to read it. The position paper includes very interesting calls for various, measures, especially trying to reach or trying to stem global temperature from exceeding 1.5 degrees. Human rights is also explicitly mentioned, but most importantly, that youth groups and youth, the very people that this crisis will affect, are included in all of these decision makings that businesses and also decision makers are taking on their behalf. So with this, I'm going to open up the floor. So I'll first ask a question, but then I'll let you guys mull any particular questions that you may have for our speakers, and then I'll go around with a microphone. So I'll open up the Q&A by asking, first of all, the business the business representatives to highlight one cutting-edge innovation or good practice, and I know that some of you have already done so already, but highlight just briefly one cutting-edge innovation or good practice that you think is promising in the achievement of just transition that your company has taken, and also highlight one dilemma or challenge that you feel is being insufficiently discussed or considered in these talks. So I'm going to start. I'm going to go back to our colleague from SEK, Miss Maria, to give her take from a financial point of view.
Yes, it's live. Yes. So I'm going to continue where I left off. So I think that the business, we're in the financial sphere, which is the real economy, where the change is happening and the real will change. Okay, so moving away from this one, thanks. I think that you touched upon it before, like the projects that we finance going into other countries. The way that those projects are structured around also having these topics aligned with IFC performance standards, OECD guidelines, going back to the UN Global Compact, that is the start where we need to start addressing it. So that is something we've been doing for several years. We can see that it's improving in a way that you get more and more recognition of also the human rights elements. You have, for instance, if you have a railroad, you have landowners' rights, you have indigenous people's rights, you have all these elements of building that from a societal point of view, which again involves people. So there are various instruments that you use in these kind of transactions where human rights is a specific part of that due diligence. If I just move over to the topic of this conference, which is the climate transition, I would say that we're also looking into, in the finance industry, as from an investor point of view, understanding the systemic risks, also broadening that from what does it means if we have social exclusion and social inequalities, what does that mean from a systemic risk perspective? There are also, when you analyze a company and the ability to create value over time, what are the material value drivers from the social elements and the human rights elements? Because companies produce products that is taken up by consumers. You have workers, you have the supply chain workers. If you don't deal with these topics, it's going to be material deteriorating for you. So from an investment point of view, it is not insignificant. And it's one part of that is that we're financing companies and we're picking up the funding in the international capital markets. And so our investors are increasingly asking us, so your green assets here, how are they produced? What are the elements of social and human rights in that? And so we're seeing that also from the asset owner side and the investor side, which means that we need to transfer that into our projects and our loans. So in that sense, I think that the financial markets, which is also a key topic of this conference, right? The implementation will also come from understanding if I'm going to lend money or if I'm going to invest, what are the social elements of that? Which brings me into the next question you had there with dilemmas. I think that what we are still to work out is exactly what you were speaking. What does it mean to have a just transition? And I think what everyone here has sort of signed up to be part of solving the knot on how to do this. And I think that this is a complex transformation of multi-stakeholder dimensions. So we're going to need super high strategic planning capacities, and we're going to have to keep all these elements going at the same time, which means that we cannot wait for another decade and then talk about the just transition. I think that the transition we're already made for 200 years, where we had access to cheap energy, which brought us into a fossil-dependent economy. Now we're going to do the next transformation, and let's not redo the mistake where we didn't think about the societal aspect of when we built the economic surroundings. So I think that's where I would like to see. We talk a lot about the policy and the call-outs for government to take policy actions on green. I think we also, at least the country we're in, the pavilion of Sweden, we have a long legacy of looking into social policy. How can we connect the social policy with the green policy initiatives that are coming? So that we get it all the way around, because we need it integrated, we need it not as a separate track, because this will drive value creation and it will drive the long-term sustainability of companies, businesses and organizations, and ultimately societies. So that would be my call to action. Make sure that the social policy element is also in there when you create your transition policies.
I just wanted to say a quick word, because I totally agree. And what is incredible is, I think you spoke about the EU policy and the amazing things that Mr. Timmermans and his troops have been doing, creating a kind of a framework which is really cross-cutting, etc. But then when you start looking at the human rights bits and pieces, it's all sort of it's in their silos, and I think that's one of the challenges. Also, when we talk about just transition, are we talking about the implementation of the UN Guiding Principles of Business and Human Rights, or are we talking about something else, and which is transformational and needs to be integrated? I think it's the latter, but how to put that in writing is I guess the challenge.
I mean, excellent intervention there. And I want this to be an interactive session, so feel free to jump in if anybody wants to pose a question or make a comment. But I completely agree with you. There is a number of challenges that we have treating these two issues separately, but at least we are now seeing the problem. Previously, we used to ignore the fact that social and human rights were relevant or are affected by climate issues, but now we are recognizing it, but moving forward, and I think my non-business counterparts will talk about it, moving beyond, incorporating human rights and climate as two parallel areas into a business conduct or into their business practices. We need to move beyond that and also look at how transformation can happen. But that we can talk about later. So I'll give the floor to Ms. Christina, and I know you have mentioned a couple of interesting good practices that you have taken within SSAB, especially on the unionization or the choice not to be part of a union, but also human rights due diligence and so forth. But if you want to highlight a particular achievement that you are proud of in that would contribute or that you consider contributing to a just transition, feel free to highlight that. But most importantly, the challenges. What are the challenges? What is a challenge that SSAB is currently facing that you think are not being covered in these discussions? The floor is yours.
Small issues, Victor.
Yeah.
Actually, I work for a company in the midst of a transition or in the beginning of a long transition journey. And what we are really proud of is the creation of this fossil-free value chain that we want to create together with our partners, being iron ore suppliers and energy suppliers, but now also attaching customers such as Volvo and Polestar and other large companies. Now, in doing this in a trustworthy way, we also, of course, need to take care of the social part, but also the economic part of the sustainability agenda, being it human rights, being it or anti-corruption and all of that. Of course, that's a compliance issue, but also engagement in society. So we see this as a full package rather than separate issues in order to be trustworthy. Now, when it comes to pure implementation, basically, how do we go about doing this? Because we're in the midst of it. It's about how do we purchase new equipment, how do we communicate with our employees, how do we make sure and reassure our companies that, or our employees that they will be safe, not only safe from a physical perspective, but also safe in their employment. And that's why I mentioned the unionization. And I also mentioned the anti-discrimination, or the freedom from discrimination, because when you recruit people, we need to recruit from a really wide group of people, and women and men right now, we don't have, we have 20% women and 80% men approximately, which is just not good enough. So we need to work on that. We have specific programs targeting that, but also, diversity from a larger perspective, which means that the anti-discrimination policy that we have, the non-tolerance for that, is really, really important. Communication with our employees is crucial in reaching this sort of sense of security and safety in the company. We mentioned codes of conduct and supply chain work and all of that, and to us this is really hygiene work. So of course we work on all of these things too. But in a company like ours in transition, all of this needs to be in place. But right now, when change is happening, we need to direct our focus towards our employees. And as you know, when you're changing and there's a lot of construction on big sites and so on, I return to safety, health and safety for our employees, which is a human right that is not discussed very often. I didn't mention this in the beginning, but I am actually a human rights lawyer leading the sustainability department in SSAB. So we do have the social aspect continuously present in all our work. Now, when it comes to the challenge, it has been mentioned here in passing by. We speak about these frameworks and the directives from the European Union coming on the human rights due diligence and all of those things. I would just like to raise a little finger as a legally trained person into taking these instruments and the guidelines and turning them immediately into legal texts, because they were not formulated that way in the beginning, such as the guiding principles on business and human rights, for example. They are not legal texts as they are. So when developing these instruments, we have nothing against it, we welcome it. But when this is done, it really has to be carefully analyzed and particularly carefully worded in order for this to be implementable for the future. So that's something that I would like to raise.
Thank you. Oh. Hello? Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for that very interesting intervention. Yes, indeed. We have also talked about that extensively, of how practical the existing frameworks are and how grounded they are in the realities that many businesses face across the world. Of course, these, not be coming to the UN guiding principles defense, but those principles are supposed to be hammered down or supposed to be contextualized through the National Adaptation Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. So hopefully Sweden will develop one that really addresses those gaps that you mentioned or underscored in your intervention. But we can talk about that more later on. So I just want to turn to our last business speaker, Ms. Eija. I'm so sorry, I'm still struggling with the name, but so you can definitely, you mentioned a couple of good practices and also challenges in your intervention, but if you want to highlight one particular one from each, feel free. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes? Yeah. Maybe just to bridge on some of the things said here first. I was very privileged to have worked on the UN Guiding Principles and Business during my years at the UN, and I will still remember Professor Aragi's kind of short, very snappy things which helped business to understand human rights in basically to have any clue of what these guidelines meant. And I also I worked at UNICEF in trying to translate these guidelines of what does it mean, what's the business responsibility in terms of children. So I think looking at that backdrop and knowing how much the UN system and civil society has actually tried to also emphasize the connection between human rights and environment, it's a pretty sad situation we're in, actually. And maybe we need some very smart translators who speak the language of business, which is going to allow for guidelines which are going to help us do the dummied down version. But that's maybe something to discuss, what would be those tools, etc. But what I wanted to come back to in terms of our work in this area was circular economy. And as you all know, and you can live through also in your day-to-day lives, some of the really big kind of tools for green transition that EU policy and global policy has brought over, they link to circular economy. With the resource scarcity we have in the world, you really need to think of alternative ways of consumption and end of life of products so that they are, they circle and they are reusable or at least recyclable and new business models. And what we're doing at Tetra Pak is, of course, our journey started with packaging and ensuring its circularity. So that's really been in the limelight, and we have like 70 sustainability professionals around the world working on securing circularity. And of course, the driver has been very much the environmental issues, because if you don't recycle a carton, then you miss that CO2 at the end of it. So it's really important on that. But equally, the further you go, and you don't have to go away from Europe. Actually, in some of EU member states, the waste management system already runs partially on informal labor. So I know it from discussions with ILO. It's a super sensitive, very challenging area. And the further you go from the developed world, informality increases. And so how do you, as a business, secure that human rights are respected? How do you transition? Because this is about green transition. This creates jobs. It brings people out from poverty. It's social inclusion. It's minimum salaries or at least some kind of livelihoods improved, children's rights addressed because you avoid child labor. There are all those aspects that we would like to see. And there are collective actions in this area, but still it's deemed as an area which you should be ashamed of, even though that billions in the world are pouring into plastics and all of that. So that would be the challenge for you, Victor, to solve, and then we could all sleep better overnight and secure that people are happy and we address this.
And just building on that, I think that it was just fairly recently we actually learned that pollution, not being polluted, is a human right. So that is also something to bear in mind if we don't succeed with this. We were speaking about we want carbon taxer, pollution pays. Well, the backdrop of that is that there are humans and their rights are being violated. So you also need to act in it because you have to. And I think the more recognition those kind of topics get, we're also going to get increasingly pressured unless we don't do anything. So the pollution part, I think, was interesting now when this came out.
Perfect. I'm glad that you raised that issue, but I'm also sorry to say that me alone will not be able to resolve this very big issue of unsustainable business practices, or of trying to expand just transition to also cover those social aspects that you mentioned. I'm really interested to hear what Ms. Haley and Jatko would like to say, hearing from what you just heard with regards to the challenges and opportunities. You also mentioned an area that I think is worth mentioning. Human rights is also developing alongside climate change. So now we have the right to a healthy environment. You mentioned that the right to live in a society where you can breathe clean air, drink safe and potable drinking water, eat sustainable food. All of that is part of this new right to a healthy environment, which was recognized by the UN General Assembly just recently. And this is something that will give standing in court for many groups and many civilians who are being affected by pollution on a daily basis. But just with the interest of time, I would like to move on to our non-business speakers. Hearing from what you just heard, what is your best advice to businesses here today to ensure that that they can engage in this just transition, let's say, journey, and what do you think needs to be done moving forward?
Can you hear me? Testing. Okay. I mean, it's a big question. It's been a really heartening conversation, actually, and I really empathize with businesses that are beginning to grapple with this concept, because I don't think it's very clear what's expected of you yet. And it can be quite scary to put your head above the parapet. And a lot of guidance to date on just transitions is primarily targeting national and local authority policymakers that are beginning to try and establish just transition frameworks within their national context. And it's also very worker-centric. It's very much focused on the skills transition. And that's understandable, because this concept has been pioneered by the trade union movement, and workers stand to lose or gain a great deal as the world decarbonizes. But so too do communities and consumers. And so I guess my hope taken from this conversation is already how holistic it has been to understand businesses really grappling with what this means in terms of local communities, indigenous peoples, children, and otherwise, and the other potentially affected groups that need to be brought along the way. So certainly that is the starting point, I think, for any company that I speak to, is making sure you undertake that holistic view. And you asked a little bit about, the guiding principles on business and human rights and how far do they get you down this journey. And I think it's an excellent starting point. And if every company just sought to implement their human rights responsibilities through a risk management process, it does take you very, very far down that pathway. But not the whole way, as far as this very visionary context and the very complex structural change that's to come if it's truly brought to life. And so we certainly see that as being one of at least 4 essential elements for what this could look like from a sort of standardization approach moving forward. The other being the flip side of the risk coin, which is opportunities, and really ensuring that within any design of a just transition framework or strategy of a company, how do you know that this really will lead workers to being better off than they were before? How do you know that this will leave communities in a better place? How do they understand it? What are their needs moving forward, and ensuring that you're delivering on those? Because without that, you will never have the bottom-up support required from your consumer base, from your communities, from your workers, that is needed for this to actually become real. And I'll just illustrate with an example of a farmer representative that I was speaking to, who sort of said, farmers are in survival mode right now. They are only thinking about today. They don't have the luxury of thinking about tomorrow. And so build back better means nothing to them if you're already building back to poverty. It's really, if a farmer will get more financial incentive from cutting down a tree, they won't be able to take mind of our, deforestation targets. So how do you change that incentive for that farmer as part of your transition as a company? That is the flip side of the risk coin. And I would say 2 other essential elements to that help you deliver on that. One is around agency and accountability, and really it's the procedural rights piece within all of this, and ensuring that these different affected groups have agency in the process. And so that is really leaning into their rights to collective bargaining, their rights to freedom of expression, their rights to free, prior, and informed consent as very unique indigenous groups with that specific right, and ensuring that through those procedural justice processes, accountability is a part of that equation, so that when you commit to just transition, it means something. And the fourth and final, I would say, is one that's really around this broader structural systemic change piece, and ensuring that this isn't just a kilowatt for kilowatt transition. It's not just like for like, but it is really redesigning something. And your circular economy model is a great case in point, which I think often the sort of social implications of circular design is very much taken for granted. It's seen as good, right? So it can't inherently have ills that need to be managed or social imperatives that need to be realized. And so really thinking through how that transformational piece fits within your very specific role in this complex ecosystem will be key. And so IHRB, certainly as a think tank, and the role we try to play is to agitate toward greater comparability and quality control moving forward. We'll be doing that across the suite of standards that we think are relevant here. And I think Christina mentioned how challenging it can be to translate something like the guiding principles into a standard. Just transitions is even harder, I would say. So I don't think there is one single standard that could ever be created for this, but it's really looking at the sort of supply, demand, and finance drivers that are together creating the direction that we're heading down, and how do you elevate the social content and criteria within those in a way that creates more harmony, whether on the finance side that's the TCFD or the EU taxonomy, within the sort of demand side it might be the climate pledge, and within the supply side it's thinking about the transition out and the transition in, and ensuring that social criteria base is there, and having all those, I think, speak to each other.
That's a very interesting, your interventions are very enlightening to me, at least. Building back better doesn't mean anything if they're pushed it back into the poverty they came from. So I take that with me as a good quote from this session. I just want to give you Jatko the floor to share her recommendations to our business counterparts here today.
Hello. Yeah. So thank you for all the interventions from also the non-business and the business. So it was mentioned before, the pollution and everything else is really connected to human rights, even though we don't really term this human rights in our everyday text or our conversation, but everything to be connected to human rights. And also the youth and young people, children, they're really the today's generation that really brings all of these recommendations and our challenges, opportunities to future generations that really want to empower the future generations through the intergenerational equity. And also, it's really important to have capacity building and all these education opportunities as well from business, because the business sector can be also not something that we can think of when we work in these different sectors, including environment and the social aspects that really into enhance this human rights and social justice and everything into our thinking, and also to all this for example, the young goal is the youth constituency. The UNFCCC, we're developing this policy paper, but with the young goal, we also have different working groups and different thematics, not just to the UNFCCC process, that's adaptation, loss and damage, for example, but we also have the working groups into the green jobs, which is just transition, and also energy, water, human rights, vice versa. And we all really work together and also to put these inputs, and also really need to enhance more into the business sector as well. That it would be really beneficial that the business sector can really include youth, for example, and to really have the perspectives from business and how that impacts on the youth, and also really have, for example, have more internships and for more traineeships of not just university students but also high school students, and really to touch how they really have an impact on climate change as well, because business is business, but it's also very important to have really connections between all this, for the UNFCCC, and how all of this bring together, and also from the youth, from the vulnerable communities, and also from those most affected by climate change, and really have international business and how what they do also have impact on this youth, even though they're not from the global north, for example, but from global south countries that mostly affected by climate change, for example, also including the social aspects, economic aspects, and everything together. and also with academia, because the youth is from schools, and also it's very important to include the institutions that mostly deal with that work on climate change and business together, and really highlight human rights in the youth and everyone, so that no one is left behind.
Perfect. The multi-stakeholder engagement that you mentioned, including youth especially, is definitely important. I remember we had a conversation over the phone about the measures that companies are taking to decarbonize their processes and their economies. Is actually affecting youth in particular, because they are at the lower end of the career path. So they'll probably be the ones, in case the company has to shift or downsize, they're the ones who will be affected first. So having a system in place that really enables them to find a new way or a new job, reskilling, being retrained to different positions is of course important. So that's something that's stuck with me after our conversation, and especially people from the global south, excluding, I mean, of course, global south meaning developing and least developed countries. Those are the youth that will also be disproportionately affected, segueing perfectly into the concept of intersectionality. But I just want to open the floor up to Q&A. If anybody has any questions or comments they want to share, please feel free. This is an open space now, and you are more than happy. I'm more than happy to take questions from you as well, if you have questions to each other. Yes, let me.
Thank you all for a very interesting session. So we have talked a lot about the role of business, but I was wondering, also in your experience for the Swedish businesses, about the relationship with governments, because we touched a little bit about that. But I would like to expand maybe a little bit about what had been your experience with dealing with the Swedish government, and what things had facilitated you including human rights as the social dimension in your businesses, or maybe what had made your life more difficult. If we can touch a little bit on that political regulatory environment being more conducive to including the social dimension in business. Thank you.
Hi, this is Milton from Taiwan. I was just wondering that, of course, we would like to our just transition plan and our human rights due diligence action plan to be more inclusive. But sometimes this action plan or transition plan are done by consulting firms or law firms, but those firms represent the best interests of corporations. So how do we make a mechanism to make sure that the potential people suffering from human rights violations, their best interests are represented by those firms?
Maybe just on the latter, in terms of the due diligence, etc. I think the UN Guiding Principles gives a pretty good framework for that, and I think vulnerability and your kind of potential or actual impact is what you need to determine, and you should do that assessment with the stakeholders that are relevant for that conversation. So that's obviously the theory. Of course, then the practice is what are the best ways of doing it in different contexts, but then that discussion probably would take quite a while. So maybe that's all I can say, and others who may be better suited in this can take over. In terms of the government element and engagement, maybe I can reflect my personal experience, which is actually not linked to a company. Present company experience, but it's in the context of circular economy as well. So in my previous role, where I was heading sustainability for a very large multinational Swedish company as well, there was a challenge related to circularity of packaging there as well. And in this given context, which was a low mid-income country in Asia, We try to actually work together with kind of a number of companies locally, but also ILO in a public-private partnership with that government, and actually with the Swedish government as well. And actually it was a really difficult discussion because informal sector was prevalent so strongly. So in that particular country, almost I think almost 90% or even more of different industries were actually in the informal sector. So then asking business to take action to bring the waste collection community to the formal sector seemed like an undertaking which was really challenging. So I'd just like to be reminded that you know, in all of these actions, when we talk about social sustainability, integration in circular economy, in terms of waste, whatever waste it is, I think it's critical to have the government involved. Sometimes in the developing world, the development agencies or supporting, or like in the case of IFC, they are supporting now quite a few initiatives where they are integrating the IFC standards and looking at the human rights aspects, but not in all contexts. So I would say that is a criticality for success, really, is for the government also to understand what is doable and where do you limit the responsibility of a company in the context of, for instance, informal or formal sector.
Does anybody want to? 2 minutes, yeah.
So I can answer your question on a slightly different topic, and I think what we haven't spoken that much about is equality and gender equality, and where I would say that it was driven as a must. You had to do it, and then maybe 10 years ago in Sweden, especially the industry I'm representing, which was finance, which has a poor track record on gender equality and diversity, it almost became like a paradigm shift where we started to realize that it's for the better of the company, because we need to access competence and diverse types of competences and experiences. So it became more of a strategic imperative, I would say, to work with these topics. And I think that's also something which will come when we look at the just transition lens. What are the investment opportunities? Because there are huge numbers of consumers and people out there that wants to buy your services if they can afford them, and perhaps they have different needs. So working with it from a business opportunity perspective, I think also will drive what policymakers can do to incentivize that even further. So I think the gender equality matter showed the way in a way that, at least in Sweden, became, now you work with it because it's important for your building competence for the future. And as a consultant, you need to understand your customers and your end customers, and for that you need diverse perspectives. We cannot just have one type making the decisions. So for us it's absolutely crucial that we have a wide representation in the decision-making forums. So I would say it's sort of, if you flip it around, you can see how much better you get as a company and the more resilient and relevant you can become by actually looking at the humans and the people that you're engaging with or could engage with. So that would be one perspective to it.
I'll pick up on the government question too, if I can, because I just think it's such an important one. And I guess as much to say that just as companies are sort of learning as they go, so too are governments. And if anything, it speaks so much to the capacity challenge I think we have in meeting this challenge moving forward. Governments are really, really struggling with this concept, I would say, at the national and especially the subnational level. Understanding, firstly, how in the world to even direct business on this issue, let alone set up other national plans and how to make this come to life. They often have other full-time jobs. This is an add-on piece to their portfolio. There is an incredible lack of data to establish any kind of national or subnational baseline from which to measure their progress moving forward. And without that sort of, with, I guess, a continually changing pool of talent, a very limited sort of pool of staff that actually understand this concept enough, it's very, very difficult to even achieve continuity, let alone maintain it in what will be a very long-term process. So governments themselves are grappling with this silo-busting question of what it means to really integrate the E and the S just as much as businesses. And I guess to that point, from our perspective, it's all the more important that as we all move forward together, we are sharing very transparently, very frankly, the challenges as much as the successes of how this is playing out in practice, because this really is, we are entering into the biggest phase of mass experimental governance I think we will ever see. And it's only through that learning by doing, for lack of a playbook, for lack of a sort of blueprint, that we will eventually achieve one. And so, encouragement here to hear from you all about how it's looking so far, but also how much there is left to go. And I think just really welcoming that across the board from business as well as government, how this plays out around the world, because each context will be different, but also the need to elevate those universal principles and what can be made consistent, particularly on a human rights level, I think will be the key to achieving this on a global scale.
So I'm also going to answer the business, the government, if I could. So from the Stockholm Plus 50 Youth Task Force, so not me, but we had our leaders contact the government of Sweden, and that's how we get financial assistance to attend the Stockholm Plus 50 conference, for example. And we had the youth delegates from all across the world, including Global North and Global South. And it was also through a collaboration with the Swedish government and the Kenya, because they were co-hosts of the Stockholm Plus 50. And so, with really strong advocate and have a really strong connections with this government before all of this financial assistance. I think the example of how also business is connected, how business, for example, has this project in Sweden that's connected, and so it's a really beneficial way to connect with the government and also with the UN in terms of just transition. And so when it comes to business, it's really important to also talk to government, because from my own experience, business is not so mentioned in the UN systems. For example, I think it would be really important to really engage with government who have direct connections to UN systems, for example, and also through that the youth negotiators, for example, can really be involved in this, because some countries, they have some issues with including youth because these financial problems, of course, and because now they have this climate youth negotiations program, that they have this financial assistance and really train these youth delegates who are already assigned to the government. So perhaps through that also they can be involved in business and just transition in the future, because it's really a primary step now, because it's a new program. So in the future, I think it would be really nice to include business, government. I mean, I can't talk about youth really, but just in general. Business and government is very important to include all the intergenerational equity, and also with the community to really think about business, because it is also my experience that the business is really in our mind. They really put business as a perspective and really enhancing that perspective in the future discussion and decision-making process, and also the dialogues like this one. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to give the honor to Christina, perhaps, if you're still there with us. If you want to close this session, you're more than welcome to. This is our first human rights-related session for this week, and we'll have a couple of more lined up, especially on Saturday. But I'll give the floor to you, Christina, to wrap up the discussions, and perhaps if you want to answer the questions, feel free. The floor is yours.
Dialogue that you have arranged. Maybe I should just end on the note saying that, of course, cooperation with governments are key in transforming a company. And I think on the business side, we are the ones that will have to make this happen in a just way. If you call it just or fair, whatever, to us it's really important that we respect the individuals that work for us and that work around us, basically. And I think in the volatile world that we have right now, with a lot of polarization, we have a war going on in Europe and so on. If there's anything that we as companies can contribute to, it is to stick to our plans and make sure that we do it the best way we possibly can when transforming into for our part, a fossil-free, a largely fossil-free company just in 8 to 10 years.
Thank you so much, and thank you to our audience for tuning in to this very interesting discussion. I've learned a lot, and hopefully you will all be joining us in the next human rights related dialogues that will come later this week. So thank you so much, our distinguished speakers, and also the audience.
And thank you for inviting us.
Turn up the mic. Here we go. Welcome everyone to this session on comparing sustainability with a net zero score. I am Alexander Schmidt. I am the head of science and climate research at Swedish Normative. And Normative helps companies to accurately measure and reduce their full carbon footprint. In that capacity, we are also collaborating with several organizations like UN Race to Zero, Oxford Net Zero, Exponential Roadmap Initiative, Nordea and others, some of which you're going to see in a few minutes on the panel to discuss this very interesting topic. Now, before we dive into the panel and hear all the panelists' view on this topic, I would love to help us all to set the scene a bit, as comparing sustainability is, of course, a very, very broad theme. So for this, I would like to welcome Normative's co-founder and CEO, Kristian Rönn, on stage. Kristian has a background in academia from the Future of Humanity Institute at Oxford, after which he founded Normative. And please share a bit your view on what we do right now to compare sustainability and what is, of course, missing in that realm. So thank you very much. Try that one.
Let's see if we can... Okay, mic is now working wonderfully. Okay. So thanks a lot for having me. I'm super excited for this session. I just want to say, I mean, so much kind of intellectual work has gone into this. So first of all, as Alex said, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Normative. What we do at Normative is that we deliver carbon accounting to large enterprises and enterprises in general, and give them actionable insights on specific things they can do in order to reduce their emissions, both in their own operations, but quite crucially in their value chain as well. And we have been doing that for almost a decade. And our mission for the past decade has been to make known and to reduce the sustainability impact of all economic activities on the planet. So a very, very ambitious mission. And what I'm going to present somewhat, it relates to that overall mission, and the entire session relates to that mission. So the name of the session is Comparing Sustainability with a Net Zero Score. And I'm going to give you a little bit of context in the next few minutes what we mean by that exactly. So to take a step back, global emissions are rising. I mean, we're all aware of it. We need to act fast. And the thing is that at the same time, there is a lot of regulatory and voluntary efforts to curb emissions. And moreover, there's a lot of ratings out there. A lot of ratings that tries to capture the sustainability of different companies. But none of those ratings are focused specifically on net zero progress. So for instance, MSCI is a general ESG metric. You can get a good score without necessarily making progress towards net zero. CDP is another great effort that gives you an amazing snapshot of your overall carbon disclosures, which is great, but it doesn't necessarily tell you, from one year to another, have you reduced enough emissions? So what we want to do, and what we have invited a group of stakeholders to do, is to ask ourselves the question, can we empower these existing efforts to better capture progress towards net zero in a very transparent way? So what exactly do we need in order to make meaningful progress towards net zero? And what does the anatomy of a score need to be in order to measure that progress? So first of all, we need any type of score to be net zero focused. As you might have heard from Johan Rockström yesterday, he had a great phrase that you can't negotiate with the planet. In order to avoid the global climate catastrophe, we need exponential action. So there is a certain level of reduction that we need to have and that we need to get to. That is non-optional and non-negotiable. So any type of score needs to capture that type of dynamic of being focused around carbon law and being focused around net zero. Secondly, there is the question of completeness. So whenever you look at the carbon disclosures of businesses or their net zero targets for that matter, it is important to remember that around 85% of emissions typically originate in the value chain. So it is extremely important to fully capture the carbon emissions, both in their own operations and in the value chains. Moreover, unfortunately today, a lot of enterprise value chain emissions are not covered by net zero targets. And we talked about that in our session yesterday. We actually had a look at 1,000 companies with net zero targets. And if you look at those 1,000 companies, they are responsible for around 80% of global emissions. So it is quite crucial that companies take their full emissions, including their value chain, into account. Then thirdly, in order to measure progress towards net zero, we need some sort of reliable metric that all stakeholders can trust. I mean, in the end of the day, you see kind of this dynamics and push and pull between different stakeholders. So for instance, consumers and citizens, they might elect government officials that take climate change seriously. Those governments might push legislation towards the financial sector to fully disclose and reduce their portfolios, which in turn trickle down towards enterprises. So any meaningful way to track progress towards net zero needs to be reliable, which means that it needs to be comparable across different legal entities. So that I can, as for instance an investor, see that, okay, this legal entity is doing better than this legal entity. And then fourth, any type of score needs to be transparent. So, I mean, we can't have any sort of a black box when it comes to net zero emissions. And more specifically, our philosophy around the net zero score that we're going to discuss more about very soon is quite simple. The whole idea is quite intuitive, and you can kind of capture it in just one sentence. That what matters in the end of the day is verified necessary reduction. So what do you mean exactly by verified necessary reduction? Well, as I said before on the net zero focus slide, you have a certain level of reduction that needs to happen. It's non-optional and non-negotiable because you can't negotiate with nature. So there's a percentage of reduction that different industries need to have on a year-to-year basis in order to be on a net zero pathway. So that is one dimension of the score. But the other dimension is the verified part, and that relates to accuracy. So, I mean, any company can claim to have reduced a lot of emissions, but that claim is worthless unless there is accuracy in that claim. And that relates to the overall completeness of the data set, right? So you need to have, a certain level of accuracy in order for a reduction claim to be valid. So in the end of the day, the way we structure this score is to simply say, okay, to what percentage of reduction have you achieved? And then scaling that by how trustworthy is that claim. And we are outlining this in a methodological framework paper exactly on what we mean by that accuracy component. But I'm not going to go into it now. So the whole idea is to make it super, super simple for any stakeholders to see for any given company, is this company reducing emissions enough, and are they doing it fast enough from a year-to-year basis? So what is the overall pathway forward in order to make net zero progress? So we need something that is more accessible and transparent. And the way we want to do that is to build upon existing frameworks. build upon existing frameworks like PCAF, Greenhouse Gas Protocol, science-based targets, and see this as an amendment of existing ratings, but specifically focused on net zero. And that means focusing on that single outcome, right? Have a laser focus on net zero specifically. And then thirdly, this is not something that any one player can do alone, but we need a collaborative approach where several stakeholders kind of agree on what is the pathway forward, how should we measure progress towards net zero. And that is why we have invited this group of stakeholders to this session today. And yeah, so that's a little bit of the context.
Thank you very much, Kristian, for this nice introduction. And as we were talking now about collaboration, I would love to welcome, so you please stay on stage. I would love to welcome the other two panelists live here. So one is Kaja Axelsson from Oxford Net Zero, there as policy engagement lead. So please come on stage, Kaja. And we have also Johan Falk here, one of the initiators of the extension roadmap, beyond many other, or besides many other hats that he is wearing. We also have one contribution online from Stefan Henningsson, who hopefully can dial in. Stefan is a senior climate specialist at Nordea. So welcome, Stefan, also there in probably, I think, Denmark, or where you are sitting right now. All right.
Thank you.
To build upon what we just heard from Kristian around the whole challenge, the landscape that is quite complex and not entirely, well, let's say sometimes not entirely helpful to focus on the net zero progress outcome, I would love first to give the word to Kaja. Kaja, you are deeply involved in the net zero space with your research, with the collaborations there. I would love to hear from you a bit what kind of key challenges you have uncovered in your net zero research. And of course, happy to share anything else that you are doing right now on the net zero progress topic. If you three could share that microphone, that would be brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, I'm Kaja. I work for the University of Oxford, and we have a tracker that you can go look at. It's zerotracker.net. And it's a public tracker of what companies are saying in their sustainability reports. So again, to Kristian's point about transparency, we're actually paying attention. Every single media, press announcement, news report, anything on the internet that companies are saying, especially in the Forbes 2000 list, we're paying attention to. And what we find from that, in line with the previous figures, is that actually depressingly 2/3 of companies in the Forbes 2000 list have not set a net zero target, emphasizing the need for regulation to kind of bring up that tail. But encouragingly, the number of companies that have set a net zero target rose from 1 in 5 last year at COP to 1 in 3 this year, our most recent stock take. And new companies pledge net zero every single week. And with that explosion of net zero commitment from corporations increases skepticism. People are very concerned that net zero is just a delay tactic. So one of the things that we find, and I use a simple acronym called SCORE. If you're around a dinner table, you're trying to understand how do net zero targets score. The first S in SCORE is short-term or interim targets. About 2/3 of companies with net zero targets do not have sufficient short-term interim targets, and even fewer than those follow what the exponential roadmap sets out and what Rockström and scientists set out as kind of the global benchmark around the carbon law. What we globally need to do is have emissions by 2030. Very few companies are setting out sufficiently towards that. So that's one concern that we have. And then within that, there's coverage. So the coverage of greenhouse gases. We don't just need to focus on carbon. And also we know methane is very potent. If it's not as long-lived, it's still very potent. And then scope coverage. Actually, one of the most depressing findings I have to offer is that 6 in 10 net zero claiming companies does not have full or sufficient, according to SBTi, scope 3 coverage. And so that's really an area where we need to improve data transparency, but also just effort. I think companies are very concerned that that's out of their control, that their supply chains are separate to them. But what is true is that we work in a system, and companies have so much leverage that they're not using. It's time for them to lean in and to work with their suppliers, to empower and finance their suppliers, not to just walk away, but to work with them. And so I think a huge part of this score is not just whether Scope 3 is covered, but also looking at the data. A lot of the data on Scope 3 coverage is very incomparable at the moment, and a lot of it use averages or proxies. So that's one thing that I think is covered. Or I think there's a lot of people thinking about this right now, about how do we improve data accuracy and measurement. Reporting has some better news. About 2/3 of net zero claiming companies report very often on their emissions data, and that's not any surprise because now 50% of the globe will be covered by some form of mandatory disclosure framework by 2025. So this is how you see regulation comes in and then companies respond. And the final E in the SCORE framework is equity. Less than 10% of companies, and this is very hard to measure, but less than 10% of companies actually explicitly refer to how communities, including workers, local communities, and the global community most impacted by climate change will be affected in their net zero targets.
Back on. Thank you. Those were indeed sometimes depressing numbers, but really insightful numbers. We need the insights actually to drive this. We often say that there's no shame right now by having a high carbon emission footprint. The shame or kind of the blame would then arise if you either do not fully cover your footprint or if you intentionally try to hide parts of it. So I think right now let's put all the facts on the table and then try to address them. And speaking of addressing them, you already mentioned Johan and the exponential roadmap. Johan, you are in your work, and I would love to hear more about it, of course, or we all, very much focus on action pieces, right? Insights driving action. Maybe you can share a bit with all of us how you work with exponential roadmap and what is kind of the action piece that you are focused on.
Yes, thank you. We're very excited about this collaboration, and why is that? Well, as the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, we are bringing together what we call leading transformers and disruptors with the same mission, and that mission is halving emissions by 2030 through exponential climate action and solutions. So that's what we built our initiative on, and we have gathered companies which represent something like $900 billion in annual revenue, so also very powerful companies in the front line. We put very high requirements on these companies to join the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. I would say the highest possible standards. And we are an accredited party of the UN Race to Zero. And what the companies commit to is follow the carbon law. I would say we were basically born from the carbon law 2017. And Johan Rockström is our co-chair, and the carbon law states we need to halve emissions every decade. So it's a rule of thumb, but based on science. And I would add, we also need to protect nature at the same time. So that's a carbon law, okay? But the companies we onboard, they are committed to halve their own Scope 1, 2 emissions, but also their value chain emissions, do their utmost to do that by 2030, which is incredibly challenging for companies. But also we go beyond that, actually scaling climate solutions as well, but also contributing to global net zero. So that's also what we're talking about here. You won't succeed even if you can't reach net zero on your own. You have to do it with your value chain. And I would state even you cannot do it even with your value chain. We have to do it together in the global economy. So the leading companies also have to contribute to all the global net zero work. And one example is this 1.5 business playbook that we developed together with our members, basically providing a handbook for what are the actions required across these 4 pillars that companies can take in order to be on top on delivering a 1.5 aligned strategy. So therefore this is very relevant for us.
Excellent. Thank you for this view on things, and it leads, of course, very well into the research that we see here. Like coverage is important, action is important, and you mentioned the need to have kind of a globally united push, right? It doesn't just help if one company does one thing good or bad. We really need to have it kind of like a global support system. And part of support systems, of course, are standards, are frameworks, are guidelines that we're going to talk about in a minute a bit more. Maybe quickly from Kristian, because you already touched upon a few frameworks, a few guidelines out there. You dropped a few names. Maybe for the audience, could you just deep dive into what you would consider the most relevant frameworks and standards that are out there right now, and maybe also showing a bit the gap that we have to bridge. And if you could share the microphone, that would be perfect.
So, more specifically in relation to the net zero score and capturing progress towards net zero in a framework of carbon law, there is a couple of standards that are really quite crucial and relevant that we build upon, right? And one of them is the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. So the Greenhouse Gas Protocol outlines how to account for carbon emissions. However, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol doesn't always yield comparable results at the moment. As Kaja pointed out, especially results in Scope 3 can vary with quite a bit. So there's several industry initiatives to patch that part. So there's the World Business Council for Sustainable Development initiative called the Pathfinder Initiative that is trying to bridge that gap in Scope 3. There is also the Carbon Call industry initiative that is trying to make that more accurate. But then there is also the question around access to data, because right now today all companies do not disclose their carbon emissions. And especially if you're someone in the financial industry, you need to know, or at least to be able to have some approximate estimate of what are the emissions of this particular company. So another relevant standard there is the PCAP standard that kind of outlines different data quality brackets. So for instance, if I don't have direct reported data for a specific company, then I might be allowed to substitute that for an industry average in order to get some sort of overview of the overall portfolio. So I think those things combined, and also not to forget to mention, Science-Based Targets Initiative that kind of, sets a benchmark for where companies needs to be, in terms of their net zero targets. So I think there's a couple of standards that needs to be brought together in order to kind of on a year-to-year basis track progress that companies are taking towards net zero emissions.
And ultimately, of course, leading to more conversions, right? Because we can, of course, I can imagine any one of us has ideas around how we can improve the space. But if we all start with our own ideas and just have, these islands of knowledge and they're not connected, this will just lead to more fragmentation. You already mentioned financial sector and PCAF. We have luckily Stefan who dialed in. So again, thank you for joining us remotely, Stefan. Nordea has recently announced a partnership with Normative to help Nordea's business customers to also accurately first assess and then subsequently reduce their emissions. Stefan, could you explain a bit how you see the role of finance, of financial sector in general, in this whole making progress towards net zero, making progress comparable? What is the role of finance there, Stefan?
Well, I think it came up, and thank you very much for having me presenting here from Stockholm, actually, to Egypt. But it came up in the introduction by Kristian here that corporates have 85% emissions or more in the value chain, and for financial institutions generally I'd say that's more. Much more of emissions than 85% in the value chain when you come into portfolio emissions, which is associated with investment portfolios and lending portfolios, such as for Nordea Group. And so we follow then the finance emissions accounting standard on that for PCAF. And that is then when it comes to also linking to the verification that you mentioned, then is called PCAF Data Quality Score 1. And of course, that is what we are striving towards achieving, but we are certainly not at PCAF Data Quality Score 1 across the asset classes where we have in our lending portfolio or in our listed equity and corporate bonds portfolios today. But that is this data quality improvement is very, very important for the whole of the financial sector, and certainly for the Nordea Group. We have a target then for our emissions portfolios for the portfolios for 40 to 50% reduction by 2030 compared to 2019. for our own operational footprint, where we have full operational control, we've adopted the carbon law that Johan mentions, and at least 50%, and the rest then offset by emission removals. But yes, coming back to the portfolios, that is a very valuable then for us with a Normative partnership in order to get emissions data, not least from the very most difficult subsegment here, which is small and medium-sized enterprises, and we do a lot of lending to that segment from Nordea, and the data availability there is very low. So here we can help clients to develop with Normative and the business carbon calculator a reliable greenhouse gas data for the first time, and then set target, and then we can also link then sustainability linked loans and other products in order for our clients to also achieve their targets.
Excellent. Thank you, Stefan, for this view on the topic. And you mentioned small, medium businesses. 100%. Those are, of course, making up the majority of businesses globally, though, of course, they usually have quite low negotiating power to begin with. But then, of course, through making, for example, with Nordea, insights more tangible as to how sustainable are those companies and what is actually there, where do they stand on their own net zero journey, that's, of course, insightful for large businesses then in turn. So if we speak about large businesses and their role, Johan, you already mentioned your work with Exponential Roadmap. And you also have this initiative, the 1.5 supply chain leaders. Maybe you could elaborate from your point of view, what is the role of large businesses in this whole push towards more comparability, or how would they also benefit from more comparability in the sustainability realm?
Yeah. Yes. So we are very much an action initiative, because I think everyone agrees that we are beyond pledges, basically, and we've done so many pledges for companies, so it is all about action, but actually also showing results and doing that in an accurate way. And one of the initiatives we have set up is the 1.5 supply chain leaders. So we're gathering 15 some of the leading companies like IKEA, Microsoft, and so on, working together basically on supporting their suppliers to halve their emissions by 2030, because suppliers down in the chain need a lot of support, and it's a particular responsibility of the large companies, the keystone actors, to accelerate that process and also contribute with best practice. And what could that be? Well, for example, what IKEA is doing, supporting their suppliers to switch to renewable electricity. There are great practices around that. But it could also be methodology, of course, things like the business playbook, or we develop something called the supplier engagement guide with best practices on how you can engage with your suppliers further down in the chain, because it has to trickle down. So that's an example of an initiative which basically can help accelerate. And whatever we do in that initiative is absolutely open, which I think is a key. We don't keep anything internally. We share everything 100% and encourage every other company to basically copy what's being done there. And all these companies we're working with are very positive to do that, not keep it internally, but actually having other companies to sort of steal the best ideas, because we can't, the problem is it's not sufficient to just diffuse these ideas. We need to share the absolute best practices as quickly as possible. And here it would be very useful to have good scores so that you can actually track the progress in your supply chain and in the value chain, by the way, because we think that actually KPI you can set is, I want what we will do in our organization, 100% of our suppliers should be aligned with the 1.5 ambitions, and the customers as well. That's a very bold target, but absolutely natural, because you won't be able to succeed through the value chain unless you line up your suppliers and your customers. So you should influence in both ends, as far as I see it. Yeah.
You can quickly add on to the Kristian, because you mentioned the statistics before. You just mentioned, Johan, about the importance of assessing then also your value chain with, for example, a score that you can actually say this is how sustainable a certain supplier is. That leads back to the question, of course, of the power of that then these enterprises would have to make meaningful progress. Kristian, could you elaborate on the number you dropped before, around like 1,000 businesses actually having pledged to become net zero?
Okay, so I think all of us are aware of the UN emissions gap report and the fact that if we add up government commitments to net zero, there is a huge gap and we're heading towards 2.8 degrees. So what we did is that we looked at 1,000 companies with net zero targets and their overall value chain based emissions. Turns out that if you look at their overall scope 3 and value chain, it equates to 80% of global emissions approximately. So there is this huge power of taking scope 3 seriously. And you can think about it, like it's going to be impossible to decarbonize the world economy unless we decarbonize our value chains. Any laptop computer that you buy has, thousands of parts and thousands of production steps, everything from mining to transportation, and all of that is located in the scope 3 of businesses. So scope 3 is critical to kind of leverage those network effects to get to net zero. And having some sort of score where you can actually see and compare, like how are companies doing? Because right now it is very, very hard for me, even if I try my best to go out and say, okay, is this company doing enough in terms of reducing their emissions fast enough? I mean, they might have a net zero target, but are they making progress towards that target? They might disclose their total greenhouse gas emissions, but where are those emissions in relation to where they need to be? So we need us like simple answers to quite simple questions, which is, okay, how are we really doing here?
Wonderful if we had all these simple answers. And of course, a single number is very attractive to capture this in one, with one kind of look on the paper. But Kaya, I know that from your research and part of the data that Kristian was just citing here come actually from the net zero tracker, which you already mentioned. And of course, the world is not that easy. Companies, they do make progress. They have to make progress. So the outcome focus is the proposal of the score. At the same time, we need to see the context. Could you elaborate a bit on kind of the context that you have found in research, quantitative or qualitative measures that are relevant as well?
Thank you so much. Alex knows that I'm an academic, and so I love complexity, and sustainability is a complex system that we've intervened in and pushed the limits of its boundaries. So while I really applaud the development of a score that helps people find a path to net zero, I want to see dotted all along that score, to Johan's point, the real action that people are taking. And so we also use a lot of qualitative indicators to assess whether people are planning for net zero sufficiently. We look at their capital expenditure. We follow the money. We look at whether they have a robust strategy for how they're going to cascade their management to align with net zero, so cascade that target throughout their whole company. We train employees. We look at what companies are really doing in terms of business model innovation. And I think that there's not enough at the moment kind of frameworks to drive business model innovation so that you can think not just, have I drawn a neat little line around my company and now my company is net zero and now I've won. No, that's not the goal. The goal is global net zero. So you need to think not just, am I net zero, but what is my business doing for net zero? And then I think, when Alex and Kristian asked me to be on this panel, my first response was, everything you do in sustainability, every action you take has an unintended consequence. What could be this unintended consequence of a score that emphasizes accuracy so much? And my chief concern with a score that emphasizes accuracy is we're already seeing sustainability departments totally transition all of their people away from their sustainability teams and bring in more accountants, because everyone is obsessed with disclosure. They're so afraid that they're measuring wrong, and they're right to be, right? They are measuring wrong most of the the time. I mean, if you look at the MSCI or another one of those indexes, CDP, you look at different numbers for the same company, and we have a problem with that. And the ISSB and these disclosure frameworks are starting to converge and come together on a common methodology. So we're working on that. But I also want to make sure that those sustainability teams are full of action people who are going to get on the phone and talk to the person who runs the supply chain for the trucking industry, who does not understand why they need to measure their emissions from A to B. And I want them to cajole and to convince and to finance and to empower those individuals. So I think that at the end of the day, sustainability is about people as much as it is about scores. And I really think people are motivated by scores. So that's why I'm on this stage, but it's more than that.
And that's, of course, also why we're so happy to have you here on the stage. And that, again, highlights the importance of context. Context has to be there to this number, and from this number, actionable insights, actionable steps need to follow. Kristian, you want to have a quick comment on that one?
You're saying, Kaya. I mean, I completely agree that in the end of the day, what matters is action. And when you think about accuracy, it's not one of those binary things. Either you're accurate or you're non-accurate. It's a whole gradient. And accuracy matters to the extent that you have high enough resolution data to yield actionable insights. I agree, it's action that matters in the end of the day, and accurate enough where you don't mislead anyone. I think those are the kind of two core things, and you can't be too zealous or absolutist in terms of accuracy.
Perfect. And I think that's actually the perfect segue for Stefan to share a bit your view on how do you think the net zero focus score could help Nordea and their businesses to make meaningful progress?
Well, I think it's a very valuable contribution, sort of KPI to the company transition plan assessment when we look at our portfolio, because that's where our main emissions are. So I'm looking at it from our business, the businesses we are financing or investing in. So then the transition plan assessment on performance, and that's a very big focus on the score, and on data quality is very, very important. And getting this simplistic through the score is key. And I think it could also, with the accounting approach, as Kaya mentioned, and I share your concern there. I can see that more simplistic score also for smaller businesses could, in terms, maybe even be sufficient. It could potentially be linked to a new score for sustainability-linked loans that is building on actual performance, and then having cheaper loans in case you achieve those performance targets. In terms of other factors, though, Kaya said initially 2/3 of larger companies have not yet set the net zero target. So I think that is very important in terms of the assessment and additional KPIs. The medium-term ambition, of course, is there a strategy in place? Kaya was into that as well. An action plan on delivering this. Is there a plan for financing the actions here? Grow proportion of revenues that are green, that also links into the solution wedges in the exponential roadmap, and also the capital allocation alignment that is very, very important here, and also the governance is actually in place, which is one of the key questions in TCFD, for example.
Thank you, Stefan. Johan, how would a net zero score help, for example, the 1.5 supply chain leaders to make more progress, if you sum it up in 2 or 3 sentences?
I think it's a way to quite quickly assess your supply chain from a helicopter perspective, so you understand where you're tracking. But I would also add that I think a key point is that the score is absolutely transparent. There is no black box, so you understand it. And so you don't interpret it in the wrong way. So, for example, what we're stating to our member companies is that, well, this is a compass direction. It's non-negotiable. It's basically your 7% per year. If you don't making that, you should really clearly explain what is the reason for that. What are the blockers for that? Reach out to the community and say, well, we need to address these blockers together. That is the best practice. It's not to try to hide that information in a sustainability report so people don't see it, which is happening today, in my opinion. You need to highlight and say, we have strong blockers, we can't break through. That is really important that we also change that practice. But the compass, what you should follow should be really clear, and it's a way to highlight the gap in between, in my opinion.
Perfect. So kind of a heat map on how well are you on track of your to follow through with this.
Companies need to highlight the blockers and start to collaborate instead of trying to shine as much as possible.
And that also leads to blockers can be highlighted in, of course, more context, more qualitative measures. Kaya, what is your kind of summary takeaway? How would that a quantitative measure support qualitative measures that you have, for example, in the net zero tracker as well?
I think, for example, when you're thinking about supply chain engagement, you need to have something that motivates companies. And I think a score is one of those things. They can watch themselves climbing up that mountain. You know, you set yourself a challenge and you think, oh, I want to, it's basic gamification, right? But I think also helping people to understand that they're not alone in kind of getting to that score, that to Johan's point, their net zero score achievement, if a company at the size of the types of companies that you work with are struggling also to get up that mountain, then a supply chain leader can kind of extend that arm out to their suppliers. And it looks like more of a collective challenge. I think if we have one goal together and scores that all add up to one big score, maybe that could be a feature for the system.
I love that we went from doom and gloom statistics to gamification. I think this is a great development within 25 minutes. Kristian, just to wrap up, what would be the next steps to actually make this score come closer to reality?
Yeah, first of all, we need to continue to have a stakeholder-driven approach around it, like we're having now. And before I answer your question, I just want to take a general step back. I mean, we have right now a commitment gap. We all talk about the commitment gap. But in the end of the day, what matters is action and bridging the action gap. I mean, just committing to something is not enough, but taking the right action and to track the effects of those actions over time is the important part, and why I think a score is important. But to answer your question, the next steps is to be trying this out with a couple of companies and stakeholders in the next year, and really have this stakeholder-driven approach where we can learn, we can get feedback. And I invite everyone here who represent some sort of company or legal entity to come and talk to us. We would love to work together with you.
Excellent. And I hope through the discussion it also became apparent why we are so glad that we have these brilliant minds supporting us with their very honest and straightforward feedback and their different views on kind of this whole space to actually make this net zero score into reality and actually help to lead to more measurable progress towards net zero. So I want to thank you everyone, also Stefan who dialed in, for joining us today, for sharing your views, your opinions and your experience here with us. And yeah, for any questions, as Kristian said, reach out. We're looking forward to develop this framework over the next few months. And thank you everyone for your time and attention.